to table 6, Jason Keats and Tim Shannon. Table 6, Jason and Tim. And table 7, Jahan and Kelter. Jahan and Kelter, table 7. 17, TV table, Brendan Ning and Greg Paul. Table 16, TV table.
Good afternoon, folks, or maybe even good morning if you're watching in certain areas of Australia. Hopefully you're enjoying the matches so far in the 2026 Superleague South Islands. The left table, Brendan Ning, who actually plays out of Dunedin, or the Otago region as it's called in New Zealand, playing against Greg Paul, whom I believe lives in the Tasman area, although he is wearing a Canterbury Super League shirt. He used to play in the Canterbury Super League a while back, but I think he's living in Tasman now. If somebody please correct me if I'm wrong. Lovely little extraction on the black there. Was the biggest problem there with the way those balls were laid out, is how he was going to get on that, but he's managed it quite well. Could elect to play top left or top right pocket on the screen here. The top right pocket is more open. That's the biggest thing it's got going for it. And the thing that goes against it is the fact that you'll probably run into that yellow and promote it. But then again, you're not thinking about that, are you? You're looking to pot this. But he's well wide. And he's maybe a little lucky there that he's partially blocked off that yellow that's close to the black. He's taken one obvious pocket away for that yellow to go into. But Brendan Ning, being 3-0 up and the player that he is, wouldn't imagine he'd have any issues finding his way back to that. If he elects to go for a pot, which he's not, he's just going to lay a snooker in. Mason Sider on the right table, just eyeing that up. I think he's okay there. I don't think he's snookered behind the red. Nope. Back beautifully for the black. Just tell you a little bit about him after this shot. Oh jeez, I think that was a rush of blood. Sometimes you see with players when they get to playing quickly like that and they get a bit of confidence going, they can be overly confident and start doing that. You've still got to respect the process, every single shot. And he's only 17, he will learn that. And Wayne, who represented New Zealand in the over 50s over in Ireland last year. Oh, he's cued that beautifully. Jeez, he couldn't have put that in a much better place than he has. And well, he's maybe a little bit lucky he got back to the table there, but he took it with both hands, and now it's hill. Racing to 4 in section play here for the men. For the ladies it was a race to 3. Juniors was a race to 3 as well. Do have the benefit of Q score on the screen next to the one I'm looking at, so I can go through some other results if I get time. Brendan Ning's probably heard me and he's decided, no, I'm going to play a little bit faster, so you have to call my game instead. Now, here's another big flow player. Once he gets going on any table, he's A, a threat, and B, exciting to call. He's maybe grown a little bit far there, but he can do something similar here and just square this up off the right rail. That shot straight out of 9 ball, but unfortunately it doesn't quite work the same way with a small cue ball. But it is still on, and one good shot. Oh, what a shot it was. Those are not easy on these tables, and he made it look so easy. So 4-0 Brendan Ning over Greg Paul is your final on the other TV table. This one here, Mason's maybe not quite in line with this. If this drops, it would nearly be perfect for the split on the other yellow, but it hasn't. It's just hung up. Paul Epps and Corey Cook won each, just to go through some more scores. He wanted to play the skill shot there. He wanted that yellow gone so he had a pocket for that red down the rail, but no good. Angle might be too much to flick it off as well. Yeah, he's just tried to cheat the angle slightly there, but he's cheated it too much. Oh, look at that. Oh, that's a fantastic shot. Won't be worried about the fact that the red blocks the black to the middle hole, because this should run nicely towards the black in the corner. Well, it would have done. He's just hit it too thin. He might go for bottom right corner here. And then it's gone. Great shot. So young fella Mason Sider does it against the old boy. 4-3 the final there. There's a little write-up in one of the local papers about Mason just recently, about how he was chosen for the juniors team to go over to play in the World Championships in Morocco later this year. His last year of eligibility for the juniors squad. He turns... No, I apologise for that. He's actually eligible next year as well, I believe, because he turns 18 and I think it's the end of February or the start of March, so he may still be able to play juniors next year as well. I know he certainly can in New Zealand competitions. I think the cut-off date for this one, for example, was the 1st of January. But yeah, there's a nice little write-up in the paper about him, and I thought it was great to see one of our local juniors get recognised. I believe Riley Stewart got his own one in one of the North Island papers as well, and I know Ryan King, even though he's not a junior, has had a couple of articles written about him. Charlotte Coleman got a mention at the end of year paper for last year. Of course, last year was her last year of high school and she was the head girl, so also mentioned her Q Sports. Charlotte Williams. Charlotte Williams, oh yeah. Charlotte Coleman actually is one of the newest members of our committee here, but Charlotte Williams, whom I meant, her Q Sports prowess was briefly mentioned in that paper article as well. I can't quite link it, but I know it exists because I've read it. So great to see some of our young and maybe even not so young players get recognised for achievements related to Q Sports. Anyway, we have a game that has just started and a game about to start. Both players on the right table about to lag for the break, as is customary. The ball closest to the bulk rail is the winner for the lag, so Devan got closer there, so he will break, if you are not familiar with the rules. Got to remember to have my phone, the sound on my phone on, in case I get message to say I'm playing, because I've asked Tournament Control and Committee member Victoria Heavey to message me on Messenger if my game's on, because she knows I'm up here. Does have some chops in this format, does Devan. He's more I'd say he's more of a C and Z player, and I know he's had a foray onto the 9-foot table, but steadily increasing his portfolio in this game. Alex Stones, who was up here before with his lovely dulcet tones, providing you with some commentary. Now we get to see what he's made of on a pool table. That's a great effort from Tony Gumley. It's just hung up though. Tony playing in the local league here, the Premier Grade Superleague in Canterbury. I'd say Graham Carr will be looking to freeze a cue ball where the yellow is here and play a turnover shot, and it hasn't gone. He got the snooker right, but he didn't make the pot on the red. So Tony's just asking if that ball is touching the rail, but also to watch ask Adam to watch the shot for legality because of where the yellow is. But it's as clean as a whistle. He might have been expecting to catch a bit of that yellow on the way through. That's why his power screwed it all the way back to there. Still goes, and the yellow's in a good spot to catch the cue ball. That's a fair mile away, and these balls are nice and open for Graham here. Paul Epps is now 3-1 up over Corey Cook. Joshua Bowman is 3-1 up over Nathan Geddes. Nathan making his way here from Nelson. Logan McKenzie from Balclutha, which is in South Otago, so a fair bit south of here, about a 5.5 hour drive roughly. There's 2-0 up against Mark Curry, who plays locally being Christchurch. Philip Bailey, who's from the Tasman area, so he's from Takaka. That's a fair distance away. Has beaten Peter Robinson 4-1. Brian Hibbs 3-1 up over Matthew Fisher. Brian from near Hokitika, which is on the west coast. This is on the opposite side of the South Island to Christchurch. Well, that's gone. Great little cut there from Tony, but Graham will be feeling like he should have done better there. He had a wide open table and didn't make the finish. Adam Shaw v Paul Morris, by the way. Adam has won 4-2 in that match. Lewis Green, Jordan Collis, that game has no score. Delvin Chin, Michael Marwood, no score. Aidan Grebneff, I've never heard of him, so I'm sorry if I sound ignorant, is 2-1 up over Paul Blackler.
So that's the last non-session match, the Paul Blackler match.
Oh yeah. So yeah, that's actually, that game I just mentioned is the last game of the morning to be played, and then we're all into afternoon.
That section had 2 rounds because they had 7.
Oh yeah. It is worth to note, and Paul just pointed this out, that there were 7 in that section, so normally the sections have got 6 players in them, so naturally that will run longer. Josh Juanitas is 3-2 up over Patrick Cowan. Both of those players play locally. Greg East, Ruben Keats, both local players, one each. Simon Singleton, whom we all know and love. Well, most of us do anyway. El Presidente, and fantastic player that he is. There's 3-0 up over Peter Walls. Devon Bramley, Alex Stones, no score, as you can see, is your table on the right.
Simon's just finished.
In fact, Simon Singleton, as I say that,
See two in the top and right corner of each screen. The results come through. I don't know if you've noticed it.
yeah, just top right of your screen there for both of the screen. So both tables that you might see, top right of your screen, periodically some results coming through. Those are mated to Q score, and hopefully those help with the viewers, if you can see those.
So whenever the scores are updated on any of the tables, it's within the same division, so it means it will automatically come up in that corner. If we've got a ladies match on, it will show any ladies updates or juniors score.
Oh yeah.
So it won't, so say we had two men's matches and ladies and juniors were playing as well, we wouldn't see results from them come up in the corner.
Oh, Devi. Wasn't the easiest shot you'll ever have, but he'll be disappointed that he didn't make that pot. This as thin as he can, or could have gone off 2 rails as well and come back towards the 8, but he's elected to just play it as simply as he can. He's done the same thing, or very much the same thing as Dev did. So that frame's still underway, and now Devon with a chance to hold the black for the first point on the board. Adam Lilly, Carlo Reyes, that game, well, that's a great double attempt. Devi does love his double, that one was just a little wide. That game, no score. I think that's about all we've got at this point. Yeah, those are difficult shots to the middle pockets. It looks easy from here, but I can assure you the cue ball next to the rail like that, and you're off angle. It's not always easy to get a good cue through those. Devi can't pot it either. Now this is set up nicely for Alex. That's the third shot I believe Devon has had at the black. And this is the third shot that Alex will have. And he can't make it stick either, and look at where it's gone. Eventually it's got to go, it's just who wants it more. Who can put one good shot in. Yes, the answer is Devon Bramley. Much better stroke than the last few, he actually timed it better than the previous ones, and he takes the first frame. He probably knows I'm giving him all sorts of rubbish up here as well. Don't worry, Dev, there's plenty to go around. One interesting thing you may see actually next to each player's name is a little flag. Tells you the country that they're, well, unofficially representing. Devon's chosen to represent the country of his birth, which is South Africa, over the country that he resides in, which is New Zealand. Which is fine. There's no issue either way if you feel that those ties still to the country you're born in. If it's not New Zealand, then nothing wrong with having it as your country of birth. Alex Stones, he's still got it. I think he is a New Zealand citizen now, or at least he's got permanent residency here, but still on Q-Score at least representing England. Tony Gumley has lived here, I believe, long enough to qualify for New Zealand residency or citizenship, and he does have a New Zealand flag next to his name, despite being from England as well. I think he was trying to play a skill shot there, which is incredibly difficult from that distance. Maybe he was hoping to get the cue ball further down the table, or up the table, so that this shot wasn't really on, but it's probably the one that he's looking at now with the yellow and bulk is the way to go. Looking to be defensive, if you're looking for offense, and that was the play there. Looked like he had a fair amount of right on that. You can see the way that it came off the rail there. Just really needs to pot this, and he should be somewhere nice for this black. Yeah, it was a long pot though. Sometimes see him struggle playing long. There's quite a few players, to be fair, who struggle long, so not just Graham. Lovely cut from Tony, though. He takes a second frame as well. It's a little QR code on the table, or you could update it as Tony's just done on the actual laptop there. But the tables that aren't TV tables have QR codes nearby, so that you can live link to the Q-Score app to score the game in real time. It's come out pretty good there for Devon. He's just got to work his angles out. There is a tiny bit of lag, I believe, with the stream as well, so just keep that in mind. Play a stop shot. No, he's gone off the yellow. Thought he might just try to stop that in, unless the angle was more than I thought it was. He used the yellow as a wee break. That's better. First time of asking. 2-0 Devon Bramley over Alex Stones. So Aidan Grebnev has beaten Paul Blackler 4-2.
You won't be too far away, I've just put this on.
I believe I'm not that far away actually. It's the other good thing about Q-Score. I know I extol its virtues a lot of times, but you can see how each game progresses, but you can also see which games you're up to. So I can see from here that I'm only 2 games away.
shortly look at that.
Hmm. So dry break there from Devon, so Alex has got pick of the litter here. We're still looking at that red to see if it goes in off the yellow perhaps, because the reds are the better set of the two, let's make no bones about that, which they do, and that's a great result as well.
You'll be the next one. I've just called Wayne and Jay.
So this sets himself up nicely here, if he can work the angles, work the balls well. It's one of the biggest things in this game though, you always feel that there's a lot of pressure on you to make the outs because of the fact that you can snooker in this format. There's a lot of players still that come off playing C and Z where you can't snooker and go into this one and realise that it does play a lot differently. So it does mean that you have to be careful with your mapping, because if you get it wrong, the penalties are far heavier. It's joined momentarily by Paul Morris, but probably won't be for very long. We'll be talking with each other.
Yep, afternoon, John. Paul.
Good afternoon, Paul number 2.
Yeah, pair of Pauls and a John.
Biblical.
So looking forward to doing a wee bit of Pauling this afternoon, because there are some very, as John would say, tasty games coming up.
Well, you've got more sessions to call, don't you?
Yeah.
For what you can.
Yes, yeah, I played this morning. Well, let me just rephrase that. I turned up and flapped the queue around.
It's not sounding very positive.
Oh, it's good in patches. Unfortunately, the patches were...
Right, well, I just see a game that's finished, so mine will be getting called right now. So
Nice shot, Alex Stones.
I will love you and leave you, but it's good that you've turned up when you have.
Yeah, well, I said I'd help out, so I've never been sick of the sound of my own voice, so I'm sure we'll do something along the lines of bloody yapping on all afternoon. Nice
I'm going to leave you with that thought. I'm not going to make any further comment.
So, Josh Bowen's beaten Nathan Geddes 4-3. They were playing on a table next to me just before when Adam Shaw was using me for match practice. That was quite a good match from the little bits I saw and I was focusing on. So,
Cheers, guys.
yeah, it's a tough battle over there between those two. Just going to rearrange and swap seats. There we go. Swap microphones too. Probably sound better in this one. So Alex the break in a 2-1 race with Devon. The other table, Tony Gumley, Graham Carr. So Tony's focusing pretty much on Superleague at this time of year. He doesn't play Clubs New Zealand. He calls it family commitments, but I think it's more focus. All fair for him. Right, Alex gets one off the break. Two reds on the cush, two tied up in the middle, but not bad. Yellow tied up, couple interesting. Don't know if that one on the left hand trails on. He's taken the cut on that yellow in the corner by the look of it. Surprising how fine you can get these coming through. Yep. Good result. Cleans up one of his difficult balls. Leaves Devon with 2 tricky balls to deal with down on that top cushion. Dry break for Graham, with an easy starter there for Tony. And I would be guessing that if this isn't all over in that frame, it would be close to it. I don't think Tony's got enough room to knock that 3 away from the corner, the lip, to give him a chance. Doesn't look like it from here. That would be the shot, but I think there's too much. It's only got 3/4 of a pocket to deal with in itself anyway. That was an interesting choice there from Tony. So he's not making things any easier for himself going that way. So then he's got to play a recovery off that one by the pocket on the left. Alex can't see that one going into the right hand side pocket, obviously. Yeah, he should be able to trickle that into there. Looks like it's just a little bit out from the cush, just on. It's still what he might call a banana skin shot, easy to slip up. Doesn't seem very sure of it. We'll see how it goes here. Certainly not one you can put any pace onto. Now Devon's got a wee chance here. So I can play defensively and use that black for snookeries. Did I just say snookeries? Good God. Snookering. Tony's got a bit of a technical wee shot here that he can get himself into a lot of trouble. He's got to clear through that defensive line of yellows to get onto that other red, unless he wants to take his medicine and play it down the cushion. But either way, he's got to have really good positional. He might have got away with that, but he's going to have fun getting on that black. Because the danger with this little yellow ball is it seems to make the side pockets very, very big when it's travelling around the table. There's not many places that black's on into. Either way, Tony's got to make this cue ball go exactly where he wants it to. And I suspect that isn't where he wanted it to go. That looks very much like a plant, those 2 red balls on Devon's table. Don't think he's taking it on though. That's not a bad out there, Tony. It's just loss of turn for the potting the yellow. But Graham's got a lot of balls on the table to play, to snooker Tony with. Now Devon's having a look at that plant. Don't think that red's on in the corner directly. And that's not actually a bad result. Although everything's there for Alex with one way or t'other, to be fair. getting onto the black. Probably not going to be too hard because he's got a good link ball with one of those two balls on the cushions. If he leaves that one on the top left as we're looking at it, as his link ball to the black, then he's going to have a little bit of fun. Yeah, obviously he's not doing it that way, so he's just going to run this down into the corner. I think it would be the shot. So Graham's just slashed a snooker into there, but there's a good out there. Across the table and onto that black. Just a natural. Alex going down into the corner. Yep, that's doable. So I'll probably be trying to play the black ball into the same pocket he's looking at putting this yellow into. So he's going to be dragging the shot a little bit. Bit hard. I don't think he put enough side on that, or he didn't cue that enough to take it properly. I'd say it'll be put enough on. He's pretty good cueist. Okay, Graham won't be pleased with that, but that's a very interesting little double he's left Tony. It may be off the cushion just enough for him to double it back in. If he stuns the cue ball, and it's just left Devon an interesting shot. Oh, he's gone that way. Okay, so it's going to prolong his frame a little bit. Taking that, I think possibly the double might have been there. I don't know. Hard to tell from this angle, but Graham's got plenty of opportunity for snookers now. Not sure that's the right option there. I think there, Devon. I think Alex can come off the black and pop that red and snooker him now. Just a wee tickle off the thin off the black, pot the red. It's going to put the black back up towards that red, leave a snooker. If he plays it too hard, I didn't need to play that hard. That's left that on. He just needed to tickle that in, I think. It's not a bad leave there, Mr. Motor Car. So Devon's got an out here. That shot's easy on into that side pocket. Okay, Graham will still be playing hide the cue ball here. Devon won't be happy with that. I think Alex dodged a bullet there, to be honest. 3-1 to Alex Stone. Sorry, 2-all. Yeah, 2-all to Alex Stone. Over Devon Bramley. So Tony might be able to see a sliver of this black. Enough of a sliver to get a 4-0 win, to be fair. I'm not sure if the term more aggressive with your snookering might apply to that game or not. So I don't know if that's The offensive use of the snooker, I think Graham was mildly lacking there. But believe me, and considering my morning, I'm not touting anything over anyone, but that control of that cue ball is so important with this game, especially with the snookers, and you're allowed in this, that you can put in there. Okay, so we've got Logan McKenzie has beaten Mark Curry 4-1. This game's finished. Ruben Keats beaten Greg East 4-1. Mitch Goulet's 3-1 over Dan Coleman. Logan Davidson 1-0 over Nathan Tamahana. Dean Crabb and Kelter Aubrey Stewart 0-0 still in the first frame. Des Wilcox 1-0 up over Dave Bassett. Tony McMullion 1-0 with Jacob Glab. Shane Brecken 2-0 up over Simon Green. Carl Van Beek 1-0 with Andy Hickey. Lewis Green 3-2 up over Jordan Collis. Oh, another really good game. So we've got Kerry Michaelides and Tim Shanaher. Tim from Nelson. Kerry playing out of Richmond Club in Christchurch. Adam Lilly 3-0 up over Carlo Reyes. Wayne Cameron 1-0 up over Jay Sun, and some of the other games going around the traps. So Devon to break. Leading Alex Stones 2-2. One red off the break. Well spread if he's taken them on. If you can see that one onto the bottom right. Looks like he's eyeing up the yellows though. Taking the plant. Yep, and working that split. That's a good shot there, Devon Bramley. Tim to break. They're all pretty open there on that for the yellows. It was 6-1, half dozen the other. That was a fairly grunty break. It was a really good spread. Might have overcooked that a little bit. Don't think he can see that. He's going to have to plant those two now. Well, that wouldn't have been the ideal. Would have been just to take that one on the near the pocket directly. Yeah, it's giving him a little bit of strife. The other thing too now is that one of those reds could possibly pop one of those yellows away. Pop the yellow away. Open up the pocket for the other ones. Okay, we were at here. Kira's got a bit of work to do with that, with the yellows. It's handy having that one down on the bottom left as a blocker. It's a good defensive ball at this stage. I'm just enjoying watching both tables, to be fair. I need to talk about them more. So, taking the shot on, It's not a lot of pocket there to work with, but that's nicely done. Now he's got the choice of doubling the yellow back on the right side of the table back into the other yellow. Yeah, shot Devon. If that had gone down, it would have left him one shot, but now he's got lots of options. So I think that yellow's on inside that red at the top right. Play off the cushion. Yeah. Yeah, that was the shot there for Kerry, but Tim's back in now, so just leaves him that nasty little one on the bottom left. I think he didn't really want to just block the pocket there. I think he wanted to pot that, didn't quite get it. Alex got a choice. Does he do some damage in the red? Does he put a snooker in? I think Tim was trying to travel around to get that split on those three, but did too much work. Now he's got another opportunity. That ball in the bottom left, that red, is causing Tim a few bit of mental anguish there. I think it's a couple of shots he's had a go at dealing with that. And he's taken his medicine with it now. You can see what he was trying to do with the safety in that. Okay, relatively simple finish here for Devon, if he can get this pot, because the white cue ball's not going to travel that far off that yellow. Yep, there we go. Yep, nice finish there, Devon. Clinical. Okay, Kerry, what you going to do here, my friend? Take the split on. That yellow's on in the bottom left-hand corner. Might be on past the black and the red into that side pocket. Just having a good look at that. That'll be the natural shot from this leave. He must have thought that was on to be playing that like that. Yeah. So now the choice here is, can you play the yellow off the red to clear the pocket for the black, or are you just going to take your medicine on take the pot on and get the black where you can? And I think he tried to get the pot, but he might have stunned that instead of running it through. And any stun on this little cue ball is exaggerated and does nasty things to you like this. Right, another massive break from Devon. Another, dry break from Alex. Beg your pardon. Some of us can't count. It's fairly early in the frame to be putting a snooker in, but he didn't leave himself a hell of a lot. don't think that yellow's on past the black. Good pot there from Tim. So young Jordan Collis has gone to 4-3 up over Lewis Green. I think when we were talking before it was 2-1 to Lewis. So Jordan must have got a wee wiggle on, and Tony McMullian's now 3-1 up over Jacob Glab. Good clinical finish there from Tim. Okay, Alex is going to take the turnover shot here. Maybe could have tried to leave it tucked in behind the black, but it cleared the pocket for him. It's sort of a cleft stick type scenario as the turnover shot, because if you can do that in Clubs New Zealand, and most of these players are based in the Clubs New Zealand mindset with tactically and strategical thinking. So clearing a pocket is often a good option, but doing it for the sake of doing it because you can do it is not necessarily a benefit, and I don't think that was an example of benefit there from where Devon's back up to the table when he could have been in a power of hurt if Alex had used that black a bit more defensively. So it's an interesting wee thought pattern to go through with that. I mean, it's actually feels good to pot your opponent's ball, to be fair. I mean, we all like doing it, causing a nuisance, but you've got to have some benefit on it. So there's Wilcox, as you can see, 3-0 up over, who's he playing? Dave Bissett, yep. Kerry going to screw back a little bit on this and right into the pocket. Now that is not what he was expecting from that, I don't think, and to be fair, if you were playing billiards, that would be a very, very good shot. But unfortunately, that's not the name of the game. So Alex has got a few options here. This might be a time where that turnover shot could be useful if he could run that yellow that's just under his hand up into the corner. Yep, that's fairly good defensive shot. I was thinking if he could get that yellow pass there, he might be able to have potted that red for the turnover. Now I think Devon's got an option into that corner. Yes, he does. So Logan Davidson 2-1 up over Nathan Tamahana. This is excellent. It's popping up results as they're fed in.
Yeah.
I like this.
It makes it easy for people at home to see.
Yeah.
They pop up in that right corner.
Tim Shanaher 2 up. Alex is making a little bit of a meal of this frame. He might have got lucky there. Big break from Tim. They're well spread. So there was actually plenty of room there for that. That was just a miss, because he missed it on the the right hand side, which is where the yellow was covering. So there's tons of room for Devon to get past there. This doesn't help Alex anymore though. So unless he sort of like does a little face cut and goes for the snooker behind those two reds on this one, but doesn't put that in any better place. Oh, there we go. Who needs defence when you can be aggressive? Tim's in the box seat in this frame. Do we need to do the plant there, Alex? And he hangs his head. We all know that emotion. Tim sort of underhit that a bit. He needed to be closer to the cushion to leave himself a better shot on the 8. Now he's got to go across the table. Well, he's managed to get the snooker out of it. Does Alex, now he can clean up that nasty ball. Now's the time to take the plant on. Going that way for the plant. I suppose that's fair. Sure, I think Kerry possibly should have left that a little bit better than that on that ball he's taking on now. Although that works, it made it harder than it needed to be. So he's actually played that really, really well, because he was a little bit out of position on that pot, and he's maintained his position for the next one. So I've got to give him kudos for that shot. Just a wee bit of a drag there, Alex. Yes, nice wee drag on that. Good use of the draw there, Kerry. Now Alex is going to have a bit of fun getting position on this black. Is he going to screw back? Where he was looking at putting it back into the... Putting it back into the corner. Now he's going to have to take it on down the long shot. He's taken his medicine on it. Option here might be the face cut to leave the cue ball in a really difficult place. But it depends how confident he is on that pot, and that's a pretty classy pot there, Alex Stone's. Now Kerry got his finish while I was focusing on the other game. Bit tricky talking about two games at once, to be fair. So we've got two very, very good matches here, very even. Carl Van Beek 3-1 up over Andy Hickey. Jay Sun 3-1 up over Wayne Cameron. It was 1-0 before. Corey Cook 1-0 up over Brendan Ing. Peter Robinson, Mason Sider 2-1 to Mason. Shane Brecken 2-0 up over Simon Green. That frame's been going on for a while. Jason Keats 2-0 up over Jan Pitcorn. Dry break from Devon. He's had a couple of monster breaks in this match, and that one's turned up dry, so it's not the one you want it to be dry when you're playing 3-all. Okay, Kerry's just going to winkle a few of these out. Is that the right way to use it? Use the term winkle. Just sort of like nick them out, because he's got a few that are tied up, a couple tied up. That's a good shot. It's got rid of one of his tricky balls. So Alex taking the yellow on. Devon's got a couple of interesting ones on the cushion, but all the rest are fairly open. Nice shot there, Kerry. If he can see past those yellows into the corner, then he could be well on the way to the frame here. Alex's job now is to leave himself a shot on that yellow beside the red, just to his right, the way he's looking now, and he might have done that nicely. Good shot there, Kerry Michaelides. Looks like that red's yellow's on for Alex. That was a bit of a heave there, Kerry. I don't think you'll be pleased with that shot if you look back at this. Now this is the shot for Alex. This will take this frame. Yeah, that's nicely done. Bother. This is not a good place for that black to go. If he'd have cleared that, he'd have been right in the box seat there. Yep. Yeah. Plenty of scope for putting a snooker in there, but I think there's an out across off that left-hand cush there. Might have to play it with a bit of running side for the angle, but it should be fairly easy, whereas he can take the two cushion out. I think the two cushion out, he's going to push that red onto the top cush. And probably better going the other way, but he has to hit it a bit harder going that way. Unlucky. It wasn't really going to promote the red much, that shot going that way. Mind you get in the situation, you're just happy to bloody hit the damn thing, to be fair. So Alex pushing that black over to the yellows, giving himself a little bit of hurt there. That's a foul. And the pain just keeps on coming. But Devon's still got quite a bit of work to do, but after he gets this one, there's nothing that's in a really nasty place there. So they're all there for him now. This can be a cruel game sometimes. If we remember back a few shots, Alex was in the box seat, he had everything there for him, and he just slightly out of line with that one shot that pushed the black onto his own ball, and all of a sudden he's in a world of hurt. That's a good shot there, Tim Shanahan. It's still doable. Cut it inside that red, it'll give you a nice position on the black. Good 50-50 shot, Devon. No, he's missed it, and he's left Kerry and out. Just deciding to see if that yellow's frozen. If it's frozen, then Alex has got a little bit more work to do, because he has to have something hit a cushion afterwards. He can't just drop the cue ball in behind it and put the snooker in. He's got to have something hit a cushion after he makes contact. So he's got to hit that a little bit harder than he really wants to, or would have had to have done if it wasn't frozen. Good black there, Kerry. So is he? Okay. Maybe it wasn't frozen. Yeah. Oh, if it's frozen, that was a foul. Yeah, looks like it was frozen. Always pays to have a look before you opponent has a shot or you have a shot. Yeah, the plant's a good option there, Devon, as long as you don't make the cue ball travel too far. Could use one of those two reds to get a split on the black and the yellow if you play the game as well in your head as you do on the table. You might have that angle there on that one, the lower one of those two. Trouble is, he's going to take his medicine. It's got a pop-up box come up on the screen. I don't know if it's you guys can see it or not, but it's right in the middle of what I'm looking at.
This wasn't this side glass, this would be VIPC in it, wouldn't it? Good.
Devon might be able to come off this ball into those two. Yeah, it would have been good without the jaw. The double's on, I think, though. Well, it's going to make that yellow travel, so it might pop that up into something. If he doesn't get the pot, he could promote that yellow. So he's going to have to make sure of this. He's got a good angle for it. Alex pacing nervously. We all know that feeling.
Wow. What have you done there?
It was a fairly sort of defensive mindset, Devon. I thought that would have been a bit more aggressive, unless of course the angle wasn't there for the double or it was too close.
Yeah, I'm currently just trying stuff, so probably gonna.
Jason 4-1 up over Wayne Cameron. John Saundercock 2-all with Tony Rousel. Okay, Kerry with ball in hand. Righto, Devon, let's see how good your queuing is and your potting. Okay, which way do you go here, Alex? Into the corner, take the cut on. Probably in the corner. Taking the cut on, you're going in off. And you don't really want to do that. I think if Alex looks back at this, he's going to look at that and think that's not the best shot he's played today. Okay, Mason Sider 4-1 up over Peter Robinson. Brendan Ing 2-1 up over Corey Cook. He's come back from 1-0 down, I think. No, not bad there, Kerry Michaelides. I think you can see that red past the yellow. And that'll leave you a shot on the... It should come across nicely for a shot on one of those that reds by the black. So you can come back to the other one. Be quite handy if the balls had numbers on so you could describe them instead of the one on the left up the top by the right hand one.
Phil Bailey and Nathan Giddy, 6 and 15.
Okay, so you should be able to come across from there. That's not a bad angle. You should come across thin enough to not snooker yourself at all. So you got that red on the cushion under your hand. Is he trying to screw this? No, he's not. He might have got away with that. He may have got away with it. Oh, Phil Bailey, Nathan Geddes. Nathan to break. No, it's a good judge of pace. Jason Keats 3-1 up over Jan Pitcorn as it's on screen. Shane Brecken still 2-0 up over Simon Green. That's a marathon frame. Okay, I think Tim's going to make Kerry work for that last read. Nathan with a red off the break. Oh, so we have two Nelson players on the TV screen. Nathan taking the plant on. It's going to make the queuing for the next shot interesting. Okay, how much damage can Tim do before he... Wow, that needed a lot more pocket than it looked like, unless it was just glitchy on the screen there. It's a good shot to Tim Shanahan, especially with that sort of bridging and stance. Okay, looks like Tim can see this for the cut in the side, but hard to judge the angles. I miss the overhead camera. I really like it.
We've got it, but only on one table, so it just...
Oh, we do
takes
have an
the
overhead
whole-
camera.
It just takes the... both. It just goes...
I just have the producer in my ear telling me we do have the overhead camera, but it's only on one table, and it takes the whole screen. That wry smile tells me this is going to be a very, very fine cut. And it is, and it's a good cut too. 3-2 to Tim Shanahan, that's a pretty classy finish. Classy shots there. Well, having said that, he was out of position a couple of times, but the potting was really classy. Don't think that rolled out. I think that was just misdirected, and it was with the nap, so these tables have got pretty true. That table they're playing on now was pretty true when I played on it this morning.
Sorry, this is what I've been just working on assignments. So it's in the week.
Hey Daryl. Aaron, drive to Invercargill more entertaining, to be honest. Well, thank you, Daryl. Okay, so the black off the break on its own is a turnover with no foul, comes back on the spot. A black on the break if you get a ball and the player keeps on going. So technically that becomes a dry break even though you get the black. Okay, a few more results around the traps. Brendan Ing 4-1 up over Corey Cook. John Saundercock, Tony Ralsall still 2-all. Shot Tim Shanahan. Jason Keats 3-1 up over Jan Pitcorn. Greg Paul 1 up over Michael Marwood. Matt Fisher 1 up over Josh Winitas. Dean Crabb 2-all with Kelter Albury Stewart. Nathan Geddes now 1 up over Phil Bailey. Paul Epps 1 up over Delvin Chin. I think there's an issue with the draw in this competition this time because the last two Super League South Islands I've had Delvin Chin in my section and I didn't this time. So there's something funny happening this year. Logan Davidson 2-0 up over Nathan Tamahana. That's a good snooker there. It's not a hard out. Let's see how close you can get to this one. Tim Shanahan. That'll be a pretty good shot to do that. I think it's closer than most of the average players would get. It's not bad going. So Kerry's only got one tricky ball to deal with out of the slot. All the rest of them are fairly open. Nathan, I would say, is in the box seat here with this lineup as well. So is Kerry going to take that plant on? He is, but it leaves begs the question, what's going to be the next shot? Yeah, that could have ended up a little bit better. It's not bad, it could have been a little bit better. I mean, he's got the out with the ball on the top right. He's putting the snooker in, okay. It's quite a tricky wee snooker, to be fair. Might be looking at a couple of cushions here. It's unlucky going through all that traffic and not hitting anything. There's nothing really nasty here for Phil on this on the table on the right. The yellow that's by the black spots on in the bottom left. It just leaves the one on the rail at the bottom. Kerry was thinking he could see past that yellow to get the red in there. No, he's just taking the turnover. Not certain that was the best option there. The cut's on for the yellow on the left. So Tim's got to hold this. Doesn't have to hold it if you're doing that. So Kerry's got an option with this ball on the bottom cushion now. Probably run that inside with a little bit of inside the other red. And it could work as just increase the pocket size a little bit. Certainly worth promoting if you can. Well, that came out off that cushion quite a bit. So Nathan's got a problem with that red on the bottom right. Doesn't have to worry about it straight away though. If he's got any angle on here, he could have a go at getting position on it. Yeah, and here he is, yeah. So it's not a bad shot. Probably overcooked it just a little bit, but it's still a pretty good shot. So Kerry's got a road map in his mind already for this table on the left. Logan Davidson just got another frame against Nathan Tamahana.
Just with the cropping and stuff we've done, we don't have it going in the top right anymore.
Brian Hibbs is 4-1 up over Ruben Keats. John Saundercock, Tony Rousell 3-all. might have just cooked that frame there for Nathan. Now that's not a bad position. So you can either run through or screw. Looks like he's going to screw this back over to the right. Yep, so that black obviously goes past that yellow. So Kerry Michaelides, Tim Shanaher, Hill. And one each, Geddes and Bailey. Paul Epps 2-0 up over Delvin Chin, Paddy Cowan, Greg East 1 each, Matt Fisher, Josh Winnetis 2-0 up to Matt, Greg Paul, Michael Marwood 1 each, Jason Keats 3-2 up over Jan Pitcorn, Dean Crabb 3-2 up over Calta Aubrey Stewart, Shane Brecken just starting out 3-0 all still against Bryce Cowley. With Tim's break in the first part of this match, him dry breaking now will be a bit of a disappointment. Whatever set you're doing, there's a wee bit of work to do. They're sort of half up one end of the table, half up the other. Nathan going and off. Oh, that was very, very close to making this a very quick frame there, Mr. Michaelides. I think he wanted that red that was on the top right, the yellow that was on the top right next, and he's overcooked that shot, so that's not on for him now. He's left himself with some interesting choices. He needs to deal with those two yellows that are in the top left, so he can take the plant on with one of them. Don't know if it goes past the other red, does it? No, it doesn't. He's taken the plant on. That's cleared one of the problems. I think that might go that other one, the one that's left in the top left. Left in the top left. And he would have had a bit of a roadmap there if he'd got that, I think. Now, Tim's taking the plant on. It's not an easy plant, but it's close enough. Yep, well done. It's the consequences of taking the plant on that could be the problem. If he can see past those two yellows with this red, he could be in the box seat here though. Oh, not quite. Now he's got to work his way back to that red by the top. Well, that's a very good position, because that's just a straight screw back to that red by his hand. Oh, maybe a little bit further than that, because that red's on inside that yellow, off the cushion just inside it, and that should sneak in. Now if he plays that shot right, that'll leave him position on that tricky red that's on the top left. So he needs to come back and get the pot. That would have been almost perfect position for that, where that cue ball is, for that shot that I had in my head. So Phil Bailey on the black. Not a difficult one, but people have been known to miss these. But not Phil today. I think Nathan will be ruining a couple of things there. Not having a lot of table time in the frame might have been one of the things. Andy Hickey back on against Jacob Glab, 1-0 up. Pretty simple roadmap here for Kerry, although this queuing's a little awkward. Should just be able to drop this in naturally without doing anything weird with the cue ball. Right, it's called a jigger, make use of it. He's getting the long prod out. Okay. Yeah, even that is not a bad result. That's definitely on. And you want the cue ball to be coming up the table a little bit. So just trickle this in and you should get a shot on the black back into, well, hit it hard and get that. Now, don't think that's a long way off being in and off there if he takes the cut onto the side. Yeah, so he hit that a little bit thick, so he could have been right. He was probably playing a little bit of side on that for the cue ball, and that might have thrown it a little bit. Relatively simple pot for Tim. Yeah. One yellow for Phil and one frame for Tim. Kerry will rue that black, I think. Okay, Phil's not a heck of a lot of choice here, really. That red just up from the cue ball is on in the corner. He's having a go at the side, I think. Is he? Bit hard to see. He's going to the corner. Yeah, that was on. So it might be on reds anyway. Which is sort of what he wanted, obviously. But not quite the way he wanted. Okay. The yellow that's beside the red just up from here is only on in one pocket. So Nathan's got a couple of tricky balls he has to navigate through. That split would have been useful for Nathan. I think from the look of it he could get that tricky one that's beside the... Oh, it's going the other way. Not sure. I think the other way might have been better to my mind. Oh, well done, John. Just as it pops up on the screen there, John Saundercock 4-3 up over Tony Rousel. That was a marathon. So Simon Singleton, Mark Curry on the other TV table. Yeah. I still think Nathan should have had a look at that yellow earlier in the frame, but what do I know? So that was a little bit of a cut break there from Mark. He hit that second ball down on the side of the rack there. It's got a good spread there. That's good position from Phil. Oh, there's a man that's confident with his potting. Delvin Chin now 2-all against Paul Epps. He was 2-0 down. Probably overcooked that a little bit, Simon, but it's still there for you. Now, in my mind, if I was a good player, I would come off this red Phil Bailey and into that black. Now you've got another chance at it. It could be your last one. So Simon missed that shot. I thought that was easy on, but obviously not. So Mark up to the table. Everything's on there. That yellow in the bunch of reds is on in itself. Just got to avoid covering it with this shot. Yep, well done. Phil's got to watch out he doesn't end up double queuing here, because that cue ball could spit back onto the Q-tip. Ooh. That's a fairly good snooker, isn't it? Nathan played that shot at the sort of pace he was playing for safety and not the pot, to be fair. If he'd slowed that down a little bit, he still would have left Nathan sort of left Phil a really tricky black. Because he a bit worried about snookering himself. I think he's Simon tapping the table. Mark's head was got in the way of whether that made contact. I guess it did. We're going for the markers double. Nathan in the box seat here. So has he got angle or is he going to screw back? He's going to screw back and get the almost perfect position. Unfortunately, part B is no good without part A. Simon looking like he's just going through the motions here. By what I mean is that they're all there and he's just doing what he's got to do to get them. That was a fairly adventurous shot, Mr. Bailey. Was very close to being effective, I might say, though. Graham Carr 2-1 up over Simon Green. Okay, that's on off the cushion, but it's not on directly. Very little margin for error there. So tomorrow's setup is 9 o'clock for the main games, and the plate, if anyone wants to play in it, is 10 o'clock, and they'll do the draw for the plate after they get all the entries. It's $20 to enter the plate if you didn't qualify today. Had a big bit of fluff down there on the rail by the cue ball. Yes, it is. I think Simon's just killed it off. So Nathan. Wow. Yeah. Okay. 2 blacks, 2 seconds. 2 all. Phil Bailey and Nathan Geddes, and 1-0 to Simon Singleton over Mark Curry. Riley James winner prediction. I think it's going to be the usual Adam Simon show. Unless Des gets on fire. Or Adam Shaw. Adam sort of struggled today. He had a loss today that was unexpected. — 4-0 loss to Leo Tafu. Simon in off the break. Okay, what are we up to here, Nathan? What are we up to here, Mark? I think Mark thought he had ball in hand, but it was in off the break, so he's got to play from behind the balk line. I think he might have been quietly reminded about that from Simon. Okay, let the games do the talking, because I'm not very much. Oop.
And that was me. I was just doing some stuff in the background.
Yeah, the producer's got monkey fingers again.
It's only you.
Every now and then the screens.
It's only you that misses out that they still see it.
Oh, apparently it's only me that misses out. Oh, yeah. Okay, well, that's alright then, eh? Yeah, don't worry about me. Oh, we've got 65 viewers. Apologies for the commentary. Oh, that used a lot of pocket and possibly didn't need to. Okay, so if that red just above the black then that Mark's looking at is on, past between those two yellows, the way Mark's playing this, and that's a foul, didn't hit a cushion, which is a bit unfortunate because if he'd just given that just slightly a little bit more porridge, he would have been on for that red. Now the way it is... Oh, shot Nathan Geddes. Now the way it is... Simon going to do the turnover and the snooker. Well, it makes sense, really. No, he isn't. He was going for both of them. Going for the skill shot. Interesting wee concept, to be fair, is that skill shot with the follow through. You know, do you play it with a bit of top or do you play it with stun? And either way, you need to make the first ball run through a little bit. So we're sort of talking about whether this was on in that pocket before this red that Mark's playing. And we can say definitively that it wasn't on that shot. So now the table's pretty much clear for Simon. I think the only ball there that could be any sort of anywhere near describing other than straight up is that one on the left hand cushion. There's no dangers in here at this stage, in this frame. So Mark was just a little bit unlucky with one shot not having enough oomph. And all of a sudden he's in a world of hurt in this frame. It's a good shot. Yeah, I mean, it's flashy shot going off the cushion like that, Nathan, but it can lead yourself into a world of hurt. To be fair though, that was a fairly good shot, because Phil doesn't have much in the way of anything obvious on. And he's got to manufacture a really good shot out of those two that are just above the black for the plant, so be a bit of hard work to get a snooker out of them as well. So Simon goes to 2 up. What's just one little mistake from Mark, and he is punished. Oh, this looks like the cut's on. He's taking the cut on directly into the side. And it's there. What a shot. Right, Delvin Chin 3-2 up over Paul Epps. Paddy Cowan 3-all with Greg East. Logan McKenzie 3-all with Mitch Gourlay. Adam Lilly 3-1 up over Logan Davidson. Logan played in the juniors this morning. I see a lot of the juniors playing in the main this afternoon. Jordan Collis 2-all. Tony McMullion, another junior this morning. Paddy Cowan, I've talked about that one. Carl Van Beek 2-0 up over Lewis Green. Shane Brecken 2-1 up over Bryce Cowley. Alex Stones 1-0 up over Carlo Reyes. Peter Walls 1 each with Dan Coleman. Simon ruining that we split there. Got another chance at it here. I think he was trying to run over onto the cushion to take that one directly. And he's just might be a bit lucky he's got this shot left on. Mark's got a bit of work to do here. That red on the bottom cushion's not helping anyone. Well, it's not helping him, it's helping Simon. The one up the top's blocked by the other red in the corner. At least Mark wants to take on the red, the long shot on, inside the yellow up on the top left. Don't know. Simon looking at that now, taking it down there. It's a bit of a Hail Mary. Oh, nice shot there. Was that Phil Bailey playing that shot? That was a good pot. Left-handed, that might have been Nathan. John Renwick's asking me if I miss him. Oh, dearly, darling, dearly.
Sure, there'll be plenty of times this year and you end up next to each other.
Okay, Nathan's interesting cut here. He could probably clear the yellows to get a shot at the black, so he don't hit too hard. Yeah, it's pretty good. Awkward stance, but it's a relatively easy pot. Yeah, Daryl Q score does make it a lot easier. Alright. Phil, one chance. Don't know if that was tracking there before the cue ball knocked it away from on Mark's shot. It's pretty good cut from that angle anyway. So do you take the plant now? I guess you do. So Jordan Collis and Tony McMullion are now 3-all. Logan McKenzie, Mitch Gourlay 3-all. Jacob Glab 2-1 up over Andy Hickey. Paul Epps, Delvin Chin 3-2 to Delvin. Greg East 4-3 up over Paddy Cowan. So that was a fairly clinical finish after Nathan missed that black. So 3-all between the two Tasman players. Oh, shot Simon Singleton. Well, we can see which direction this frame's heading. Yep. Oh, unlucky. Righto, Mark, one chance. Ooh, that could have made it an early finish. No, John, I didn't qualify. You've got to pot balls to qualify, mate. I've said to you many times, those that can do, those that can't talk about it. No leeway for error at all, Mark, not on this frame. Couldn't quite see it, 8. One more chance, my friend. Well, John Renwick has just put up a really smart-ass comment that I'm not going to repeat, but it has got him a little crown for being the number one fan. So, John, I'll take you being my number one fan. Well, that's an interesting situation. I suspect those toe balls are jammed in there so tight that they are touching. Now, I don't know what the rule is in association with that. I know what it is if it's a touching ball, but if it's jammed in and that moves, that means possibly is that class as a push shot? Don't know. Playing at that angle, probably get away with it. Yeah, don't know. So what it's done is opened up a whole lot of possibilities for Mark. So that red's now on in there now. So the Hill match on the other table is interesting wee setup. So Nathan's got sort of one tricky-ish ball that's limited in the pockets it can go into. It also requires a little bit of finesse in getting onto it. So he's got to work out when he's going to take it. So the way he's set up now, Mark won't be happy with that. Okay, Nathan's deciding whether to take that long or into the side. I think the answer to that question will depend up where the cue ball finishes after this shot. So if he pushes this through with a bit of punch, he will probably end up. Yeah, now does he? I think he has to take the cut on into the side now, where he's going to snooker himself. Hopefully that's someone leaning on the table.
No, it's me.
The screen's jittery here. It's the producer. Monkey Fingers producer we've got here.
I was just trying to get those lines lined up that he's doing the header.
Nice shot, Nathan Geddes. To be fair, that match could have gone either way there. One yellow off the break for Simon. So does he stay with yellows? So you take the red on, he's staying with the yellows. Oh, I think he might have been looking at the split there. So he's left himself a double and that's it. Don't know if he's looking up to the heavens or the camera there. I suspect the heavens. Well, he got the split this time. So which way's Mark going? The cut on to the side by the red by the black. Would you leave that there as a bit of cover? But it's going to be tricky later. Do you take it now? It's not much else on. You take the cut on the one up the top by the yellow. He's taking the one here onto the side. The cue ball's going to travel. He's going to have a hard shot for the next one, but it gets one of your tricky balls out. Nicely potted. Oh, that's well done. Good confidence, good confident pace. Now he's back into it. I don't think the red goes past the yellow in the bottom right corner. This is definitely the right shot here because it leaves those three on nets that are on the right hand side by the side pocket. Except if you do that. Des Wilcox just taken Jay Sun out 4-0. Graham Carr 3-2 up over Simon Green. Peter Walls 3-1 up over Dan Coleman. Oh, Graham Carr 4-2 over Simon Green. What did I say that before? Tony Ralston 1-0 up over Dave Bissett. Alex Stones 2-1 up over Carlo Reyes. Shane Brecken 2-1 up over Bryce Cowley. Carl Van Beek 3-1 up over Lewis Green. Devin Bramley 2-1 up over Nathan Tamahana. Greg Paul and Michael Marwood 3-all. That's nicely paced there, Simon. Just a wee stun here. We'll just trickle it through, run a little bit. Yeah, there we go. Fairly clinical once that in off from Mark. I think we'll find Simon was definitely a class above Mark in that frame. I don't think that's unfair to say. Ruben Keats, Matt Fisher. Ruben playing Clubs New Zealand out of Cashmere. Matt out of Woolston this year, I believe. Played in Richmond last year. Bang, that went in with a bit of pace. I didn't even see where that went in. He does have a good, solid break, does Matt. Very accomplished player. I believe he's the current Canterbury Open champ. Oh. If he isn't, he was last year. Pretty sure. There's a few people surprised it's taken him that long. He's a very, very good cueist. Ruben, I think, is in his last year as a junior. Yeah, he probably wasn't trying to clip onto that one. There's no huge amount of damage done. Would have been nicer if he'd had a wee bit of angle to come back down the bottom of the table. So he might have to just run this through, take his medicine, try and use that yellow beside the bottom left red as a handbrake. Oh, you could do that. So he had the angle for it. Nice shot. Bit hard to judge the angles when you're looking at them obliquely. Alex Stones 3 up against Carlo Reyes. Tim Shanahan 1 up over Jan Pitcorn. Carl Van Beek 3-2 up over Lewis Green. Well, there's all this stuff's coming up on screen, I think. So I'm just repeating what you guys can see anyway. Oh, welcome to the world of commentating. Because I'm just telling you what you're looking at anyway.
Yeah, it's going to come up in the top right.
Yeah.
Good today anyway.
Very nice finish there, Mr. Keats. Yep, good use of that cue ball as of the yellow as a handbrake. Well done. So Tim Shanahan 1 up over Jan. Peter Walls 3-1 up over Dan Coleman. Phil Bailey and Mason Sider back on table 16. Again, Mason played in the juniors this morning. Interesting concept with some of these young'uns. It's good to encourage them and let them play as much as they can. But there is extremely competitive in their own right in the open divisions. Are they still juniors if they're that good? I mean, it says a lot for the standard of the juniors when you've got players that can play competitively and very successfully in the open grades, but technically are they still juniors? Does that turn off the younger players you want to start seeing coming through? Do we look at something like if you've got a national ranking that's under some number, you're no longer able to be played as a junior, just like we do with the B grades? So to my mind, Ruben and Mason, just two examples, some off the top of my head, not to mention the big boys from up north. They're absolutely competitive in the open grades. Are they still juniors? The other side of that is if you're a junior and you do get split because you drop out because of your grading, do you come back in because you're still eligible for age? Yeah, thanks, John. I do know that juniors are young people, but it's like, they're still young enough, but they're good enough to be in the open anyway. And there's the fact that you've got young people that are that good stopping other young people from playing the game because they just get smashed by these players that could be playing open grades anyway. It's just a question. And to answer your question, John, do you want me to accompany me? No, it's sort of comments like that say, yeah. Sort of looking at that shot, he didn't cue into that well. Okay, we can see what Matt was trying to do there. Yeah, cheers, Stefan. We'll leave the Masters for us wise old people, not puppies like you, my friend. So what we've got here is a whole lot of people that are getting their rankings up for fandom by writing and giving me grief. I really appreciate the fact that we've got lots and lots of viewers here. If most of them are here just to give me a hard time. I'm not sure that's fair that you get a ranking for that. The only ranking you're getting is what I'm thinking of you. And some of you are rank. Oh, come on, Stefan. I'm just asking the question. These guys are good enough to beat anyone. It's the idea is to, get more young people playing, and you don't encourage young people playing by having them smashed by premier class players. Oh, that was very close to being unfortunate, Matt, but I think you got away with that one. And yeah, it might be a chance to give me some grief, but it's just raising the thought, asking the question. Nothing hurt, nothing wrong with challenging the norm in a responsible and sensible manner. We can't have the intolerance of people questioning shooting the messenger if people question the norm. We live in a democracy. Well, we think we do. Some might say idiocracy. I was so busy focusing on Mason's frame, I wasn't watching what Matt was doing. Wow, that's a booming break.
So almost all of round 3 are on, so there's still 2 more full rounds.
So we've got 2 more full rounds to go. So we'll probably end up with another 4 or 5 games on this table, I would say. Can you bring up the ladies and the juniors results? We see who did well and see who didn't. Talking to the producer here.
At the moment there's 2 entries in the plate, I can tell you that.
For the Open, there's 2 entries in the plate for the Open, so... For any.
The plate is every...
So the plate is for everyone, that's the juniors and the ladies and the Open, men's, or Open. Is it men's only?
Men's, ladies and...
Men's, ladies and Open. Oh, okay. Another frame for Mason. So, Seals Basin played 5-1-4, Larissa Devine played 5-1-4, Jojo Coleman played 5-1-3, so it'll be the qualifiers in that Group A. Marianne Edwards played 5-1-5, Tony Blair played 5-1-4, Charlotte Williams played 5-1-3. They'll be the qualifiers there. Liz Hullen played 5-1-4. Corinne Simpson played 5-1-4. Kath Crabb played 5-1-3. They'll be the 3 qualifiers in Group C. Group D, Kerry Lowe, 5 out of 5. Hannah Wood, 4 out of 5. Katrina McKenzie, Kat McKenzie, 3 out of 5. Group E, Gina Grimwood, 5 out of 5. Karen Robertson, 3 out of 5. Shirley Boyce, 3 out of 5. And Katrina McLean, 3 out of 5 as well, but misses out on points differential. It's a bit unfortunate. So in the morning we have first up Gina Grimwood and Kat McKenzie, then Corinne Simpson versus Larissa Devine, Tony Blair, Karen Robertson, Shirley Boyce, Liz Hullen, Matt Edwards, Kath Crabb, Marianne, not Matt, oh God's sake. Played a peers tournament with Marianne last week. I'm a dead man walking, or talking in this case. Charlotte Williams versus Hannah Wood, that'll be an interesting match. Jojo Coleman, Seals Basin, another good one. Letitia Jackson, Kerry Lowe. So Letitia and Karen Robertson must have got through on the wildcards. Well done, ladies. And for the juniors, Jordan Collis, 3 out of 3. Kelta Aubrey Stewart, 2 out of 3. So they'll qualify. Jake Redpath, 2 out of 3. Mason Sider, 2 out of 3. I wonder who got him, the way he's playing now. So in the morning we've got
Jordan.
So we've got Kelta Aubrey Stewart versus Jordan Collis.
Jordan.
Jordan and Mason Sider starting at midday. And Kelta Aubrey Stewart, Jake Redpath for the semis. For the juniors. Mason's going to have a busy day's worth of pool because the way he's playing today, he looks like he's going to qualify. I don't know if anyone can see the comments, but someone needs to take John Renwick's keyboard away from him. That black's in an interesting place on the left-hand table. Might be on into the right hand side pocket, certainly on back up into the corner. Miracle shot into the left hand side pocket. We'll see how Phil plays this shot. If he just runs through a little bit, we know it's on the side. Yep, so it must be on the side. And 2 each on the other side. Well, that's a great pot, eh? That's a good black. What else we're looking at around the traps? Kerry McLady's 3-0 up against Kelta Aubrey Stewart. John Saundercook 3-0 up over Wayne Cameron. Corey Cook 1 up over Delvin Chin. Devon Bramley 3-2 up over Nathan Tamahana. Nathan Geddes 1-0 up over Wayne Aiken. Dean Crabb 2-1 up over Jason Keats. quite a few games have just gone on. On the topic of newer juniors versing Prem level juniors, perhaps a Canterbury-wide C-grade tournament for the newer players. That's from Dark Shades. I'm guessing that might be Shaden McKenzie. Don't know, but yeah, as a recent ex-junior yourself, if that's who I'm thinking is, it's probably not a bad way to look at it. I mean, the more opportunities we've got for people to play, I'm all in favour of that. Well, look at that setup there. That is one of the reasons that you don't want shark racks. I didn't notice them using a shark rack in the other frames. Look at what that cue ball did. See, that's exactly the reason you don't use a shark rack. Now, that's going to move those balls. Oh, that's good hands. You should be playing Operation, my friend. If anyone remembers that little board game. Or that little parlour game, whatever it was. Good steady hands. Your father works in concrete, so I'm pretty sure the hands didn't come from him. Steady hands. Surgical precision would be the term I would use for that. I must admit I was against banning shark racks in Clubs New Zealand. So I didn't see the point in banning it. But I see that situation there as the reason that people would have thought that it should be banned. So that's not a bad line there. A reasonably good stun is going to push that black away from there, and you should leave yourself on, except if you hit that hard. Okay, Matt's sort of got everything there from him from here. So that yellow goes past the red at the bottom right. Oh, interesting way to go around it. I think he would have been more comfortable if he was a little bit straighter on that. At least he's going to run through and take it back up into the side. No, he's not. He's held that really nice. Yep, nicely done, Matt. See roadmap, follow roadmap. Oh, just got a nice text from Corinne Simpson. I like your commentary. Gary's gone to sleep listening to it. Excellent. Thank you for that. Oh, got a runner there, Reuben. Anyway, Gary's just having his nanny nap, Corinne. That's what he usually does this time of day. So it's like Matt's sort of got his mojo back a little bit. Ah, good shot there, Mason Sider. Not quite a good shot there. I think you're trying to snooker him behind that yellow, weren't you? That's by the spot. If Phil doesn't get this, he needs to leave it there or thereabouts. Okay, that might have made that a little bit challenging now. Yeah, I think Mason's got the angle to come back up the table for that yellow now. If he doesn't snooker himself behind the black, might have got away with that. Yeah, maybe not. Yeah, that's not getting down onto the ball with the confidence of someone that can just jump into the shot. Should have played the juniors last night, John. Yeah, maybe. If they had everything set up, they were still setting up this morning, don't forget. So 2 each, Mason and Phil. I think Phil was a bit lucky in that frame after where he left that red. We left that black, sorry. It was still a tidy black to finish. But he was a little bit lucky to get that after that, where he left that position he had. He took a fair bit of time and work for him to get back onto that black. Mason made him work for it. Bang, 2 yellows off the break. And right, so as we can see, Tim Shanahan falling up over Jan.
We've got Shane, Brecon and Motorcar coming up.
So next game up on the other table will be Shane Brecon and Graham Carr. So just jumping back onto this juniors thing, you know, we've got the Clubs New Zealand juniors and the Superleague juniors. Do we look at sort of, you can't really look at them as the same. You know, I mean it's Superleague and Clubs New Zealand, quite different games. number of people playing, number of juniors. So we have 8 juniors playing. Was it 6 juniors, something like that?
There was 8
And
juniors today.
8 juniors today. So you know, you can't cull out the number of players you've got based on ability with that. Tricky question. Clubs New Zealand.
13 in the North Island.
Yeah. So what do we have? 8 in the south, 13 in the north for the juniors for entries. Yeah. I mean, I think probably I'm more talking Clubs New Zealand with the junior limitations. There's not enough numbers otherwise. And looking at the list of juniors, it's not completely uneven anyway for the Superleague. Yeah, John Potter's made the comment that Mason playing at midday, he's going to have games at 9 o'clock in the morning in the main draw from the looks of it, or even 10 o'clock if he plays in the plate. I suspect the main draw the way he's playing, but it'll disadvantage whoever he plays first up, which I think's Jordan Collis from memory. So, yeah, it's a pretty much a valid point. Re-racking on that. No, they're not. I'm looking at the replay. Oh my god. Might be time for me to have a coffee. Yeah, it's a bit of a conundrum. There's a big group of reds down the top there. Motor's taken the yellow, didn't want to take the plant on. So those two that are in the middle at the top, they're only on, interestingly, I'm, 6 1/2 dozen what you take here. Now Phil's got a pretty reasonable finish here on the left-hand table. Motor's taking a tricky cut on, that's pretty well done. Unlucky, well, not unlucky, because I think he might have the snooker out of it. Where's Phil going? Down the corner, no taking that on. Okay, 3-2 to Phil Bailey. Motor taking the long shot into the corner. Into the side. It's from a ball in hand. He's almost out of position already. Is he going to take the worker to get back into position? I'm not sure that was much of an advantage to him. Dry break for Mason. I think everything's on pretty much now for Shane. The red that's by the spot's on past the black, I think. If it's not, it's on into the side. So does he take the plant on now? Lots of opportunities for snookers there. Well, that's an interesting shot, because if Motor takes that yellow on, that black's plantish into the side and he's frame over, so... He's got to hit it hard enough to touch Cush. Oh, well done there. Shane's got the opportunity to do the same again. Take the plant this time, yep. And that's a foul. There's nothing touched the cushion. It still doesn't get rid of that red-yellow combination up in the top right. Yeah, that's not bad, Phil. You could have buried yourself in there. Probably came up a little bit too far. I must say, for a cue ball being smaller than the object ball, for one that's really hard to get it to run through, it's really hard to judge the pace of run-throughs with this little thing. So it has a mind of its own. Paddy Cowan 3-0 up over Brian Hibbs. Dave Bissett 3-2 up over Tony Ralsaw. Brendan Ing 2-0 up over Michael Marwood. Peter Robinson 2-1 up over Josh Bowen. Peter Walls, Logan McKenzie 1 each. Dean Crabb 3-2 up over Jason Keats. Josh Renitis, Greg East 1 each. Paddy Cowan 3-0 up over Brian Hibbs. Simon Singleton 2-0 up over Dan Coleman. And Nathan Geddes 2-1 up over Wayne Aiken. So one yellow ball left on a table of reds on both tables. Shane looks like he's cleaning up one end. My guess is that he will... No, not after that shot. I was guessing he was going to pot the one into one corner. Now he's putting the snooker in now, is he? Yeah. Yeah. Knew one was coming. I thought he might have taken that red in the middle first. So Mason doesn't look like he's in the mood for putting a snooker in at this stage. He looks like he's just going all out aggression. Motor car's fouled. Shane's got ball in hand. It's not the best shot Mason's played today, I'm sure. think Shane might have needed to get that one. I wouldn't have picked that going off there. Wonder if he put a wee bit of side on there, or it's just steered it unintentionally. So that red will go inside that yellow on Mason's table. Depends on when he wants to take it. Or does he put the snooker in? Take the pot now, put the snooker in. No, he's putting the snooker in now, and I'm not sure that's what he wanted. But that might go in there. If it's not, it's going to force the yellow along the bottom rail. And so long as the cue ball doesn't track. That was a little casual, I felt. He could have done much better there. So Phil probably going to put a little bit of left-hand side on this. Sorry, right-hand side, left-hand as we're looking at it. Which will mean the cue ball, object balls, yeah. Okay, he's taking his medicine, so he wouldn't have minded that up a bit further, or a little bit more angle, just to make it easier to leave the cue ball safe, because this isn't a gimme this black. I mean, Phil's no slug, don't get me wrong. Okay, he's playing bottom on it, so he's going to stun across the table a bit. Wants to be careful he doesn't go off. That's good safety. Plus the black's out in the middle of the table, so it's on everywhere. Okay. I'm never a fan of conceding a frame. You never know what's going to happen. You can understand the frustration, but you always make them play it out. You never know what can happen. Right, so Shane's got that middle of those three that it's on. There's nothing particularly tricky amongst any of this. Next game up is Adam Lilly, Alex Stones. On table 16. So I suspect the black is going to go back into the side pocket on the left as we're looking at it. Well, that was the intention. off to slip twixt cup and lip, as they say. Which way are you going to go, motor? So you've got rid of the low-hanging fruit, now comes the hard stuff. Well, that wasn't far off being a bloody good shot, to be fair. Getting harder for the snooker now. I'm gonna have to do it, I think. You want the cue ball hitting the rail about halfway between the two diamonds, coming up and ending up round about on the line towards the middle diamond on the top left rail, side rail. No. And there goes the farm, I suspect. Yes, again. Well, that's 2 concessions we've seen in 2 frames on the 2 TV tables. I'm not going to repeat myself. That would be deja vu all over again. Regarding concessions, you never know. I just did repeat myself. Dry break, Alex. I think you had a few when we were playing before in your last game here. When you were playing on the TV table. So Carl Van Veek 2-0 up over Jordan Collis. Brendan Ing 2 up over Michael Marwood. Dave Bissett 3-2 up over Tony Rousell. Tony Gumley 1 up over Bryce Gowley. Logan McKenzie 2-1 up over Peter Walls. Nathan Geddes 3-2 up over Wayne Aitken. Having a battle there, boys. Logan Davidson and Devon Bramley just gone out to table 2. Paul Epps 1-0 up over Greg Paul. Josh Bowen 3-2 up over Peter Robinson. Adam looks like he's into his game straight away. If he can get this cue ball in the middle of those reds, this might be all over, Rover. Maybe not. Tidy pot motor, didn't have a lot of room for error there. Guessing there was a shot down the rail that was a stray. It's not a bad place for it though. It's certainly a bit of a blocker for Alex. Oh, I did not think that was on past that yellow there. Shot Alex. Only had about half a pocket to work with. Well done. Yeah, Shaden. I think he has played before. I think Adam can see red's past that black into the top, and it's probably not bad to have a bit of a smash into them. Oh, he's going the other way. I guess he can't see them. That's not what I expected from that shot. I thought he was going to come off the cushion and back into them. Into those two, and into that red. Certainly the safer option. So while we've got those three reds up the top and that one yellow, you'd be thinking, oh, Alex has got the top hand here, but if you think about it, he's still got to get that yellow out of there at some stage, and with a player of Adam's ability, I'm sure that's playing on his mind. Oh, that was very close to giving the foul back, wasn't it? So that's going to be playing on his mind as well. At some stage he's got to work that one out of there to have a go at it, but I don't think it's one that he's going to be able to weasel it out without disrupting the other balls as well. So all that'll be playing on his mind. As soon as he does that split, he's opening it up for Adam, and that'll be in the back of his mind. It's always the worry when you're playing players of that sort of calibre. Not bad. That's a good result, Alex Stones. So now you clear that ball out of there. Okay, if you play this shot, the cue ball's probably going to go. Yeah, okay, might have been alright. He might have missed those two, but I thought if he played that shot, the cue ball was going to go into the two of them. So if he'd played that straighter, he would have been straighter on the table, and he missed it low down. Yep, didn't hit a cushion, foul shot. I'm just going to put my jersey on because it's not very warm up here and I'm old.
table 9. Dean, table 9, please. Table 1, Carlo and Nathan Tamihana. Table 1, Carlo and Nathan.
Oh, back into it, I've got my jersey on. I don't feel like I've got pneumonia just yet. I think we're going to see one more snooker. Adam putting one more snooker up here. He's going to play that one that's on the cushion. If it's frozen, he's going to go off to the right hand side, which might leave Adam Alex a shot. If it's not frozen, he's just going to try and double kiss her. Okay, so it's not frozen. He's double kissed it in there. Now you've got to admit that's a good shot. Shane's just quietly plugging away over the motor on the other table. Oh, that was close to being fraught. Don't think that's your angle there, Alex. Right now, he's going to be wishing he wasn't on the TV table playing a shot like that, but got to be honest. Who the hell hasn't done that? I think everyone's done that at some stage of their playing lives. Career? Playing career? You get a career? Is it a career if you don't get any money out of it? You get nothing out of it except enjoyment? Go playing lives, eh? A career's for the professionals. Adam's decision is whether he digs right into this and plays it back into the side cushion, or does he take his medicine, play a long shot? So he's playing it back into the side, and yeah, as soon as that cue ball starts travelling, it's another concession. Very friendly, these people. I'll repeat, I dislike that concept. Make them play. Mark Curry, Mitch Gourlay, 3-all. Table 7, table 8. Carl Van Beek 3-1 up over Jordan Collis. Table 13, Greg S 3-1 up over Josh Winitas. Table 11, Tony Gumley 3-0 up over Bryce Cowley. Bit of a heave from Motor. Interesting option there. I think he was worried about snookering himself behind the black with the other ball. I feel that was uncharacteristic. Adam got a red off the break. Oh, look at all those balls set up in a diagonal across the table. It's almost like a training exercise. Oh, Motor. Not bad, Adam Lilly. Wow, Shane. He won't look back at that shot with any fondness. The cue ball's going to slip down towards the top rail between the two, the left-hand diamond and the centre diamond. Unless he puts some side or something on there. Oh. Well, misses it completely. Not sure that was the best option, Shane. I thought you might have tried running that down the rail and leaving the cue ball somewhere around about in the D. It's an interesting result. Logan Davidson 2-1 up over Devon Bramley. (4-0) to Shane Brecken over Graham Carr. And again, no ball touching the cushion. I would have thought that might have been better off being a stop shot rather than a screw there, Alex. Still, it's on, but you've got more scope with a stop. Now what you going to do?
Simon and Mitch coming up.
So the next game up on the screen will be Simon Singleton and Mitch Gourlay. I just saw Graham Carr and Kei Amua come up on the screen, but we just saw Graham play someone else. Katie Amua. Sure I did. Oh, no, it's hard to believe, but I may have been wrong. Nathan Tamahana 1-0 up over Carlo Reyes. Logan Davidson 2-1 over Devon. Paul Epps, Greg Paul. Paul Greg. 1 each. Tony McMullion 4-0 over Andy Hickey. Tim Shanhill 1 up over Dean Crabb. Cal Van Beek 3-2 up over Jordan Collis. Tony Gumley 3-1 up over Bryce Crowley. John Saundercock 1-0 up over Jay Sun. Greg East Lewis Green, Jacob Glove 2-1 to Jacob. So pretty much all there for Alex. I suspect that ball that's by the left-hand rail will be the last one that's played inside the red, because that'll leave you on the black nice and easy. Alex decided to take his medicine, take the long shot. Is he taking that now? Okay, we see a link to the black if you take this one now, my friend. Oh, that hit the spot, didn't it? So this is going to require a lot of precision for your next couple of shots. You might have got away with that one. Yep, it's well done. Two 0 to Alex Stones over Adam Lilly. So that 3-all with Jordan Collis and Carl Van Beek. That's an interesting tussle. Jordan would be 17, 16, something like that. Definitely a junior by age. Okay, 2 reds off the break from Mitch. He's got a couple of tricky reds do is just go straight into the yellows and get into the business. And 2 reds from Alex. So Mitch has decided to get into business and take the yellows straight into the business. What's Alex going to do? Same. Yeah, not bad. That one in the middle of the bottom rail is the one that's going to cause any sort of grief that we got. Okay. Gonna have to play this quite well to avoid snookering himself. Yeah. He took his medicine there. Got what he got. So Simon's got a starter with that red that can't go anywhere except in that bottom right corner. Oh, I think Alex was hoping for a split on those two. Might be alright there, Alex. You might be able to see that. Yeah. Just got to come back a little bit, but don't come back and put yourself in off. Yeah, and he was worried about it. You could tell from the way he played the shot and the angle that he missed it. He was a little bit worried about that in off if he screwed it back. So Simon just doing what Simon does. Very clinical and clean. No mucking about there. Every shot was an easy pot. The hard bit was the position.
Yeah, well, you were right, there was a Graham Carr KD result flash up,
Yeah.
but I'm guessing KD must have forfeited because there's no table.
Yeah, so it looks like I was right seeing Graham Carr falling over Dave Armour. Looks like Dave's forfeited. So actually I haven't seen him all day. Has he played any matches?
No.
No table, so he's had to pull out by the looks of it. Oh, I hope he's okay.
Yeah, so that's why.
So Adam pegs one back from a frame that Alex had a chance in. That was a good shot. Don't know if Mitch can see past there to do that, but that was a good shot. So Tony Gumley's got the win. He's progressing quite well from the looks. Looks like a dry break. So does Alex take the red down the cush? If the screw back or stunned, so he's got a shot on that one on the side. If he does, unless he comes back a long way. No, taking the yellows. Mitch left himself this double. Nailed it. So that's nice little bit of angle there. That's really well done. Because what will happen now is he's going to push that yellow out of the way so he can get a shot at that second red. Just a little bit like that. That's nicely done there, Mr. Gourlay. I believe that may have been a clearance. Shot, Alex. That was actually not that easy to control, especially as seeing as you were jacked up a little bit over the rail. Now you're just going to have to hold the cue ball a little bit. You've got plenty of leeway, as long as you don't overhit it. Plenty of margin for error, so long as you don't overhit the shot. I think I said don't overhit the shot. So the harder you hit the object ball, the sharper the angle the cue ball comes off the object ball. It's not a huge amount, but it is some of it. So if he'd just played that pocket weight, I think that would have died and left him that shot. I may have been wrong. I know it's hard to believe, but I might have been wrong. and he didn't have the angle, but it looked like he did from here. Simon was trying to run through a bit further than that to get that red into the side, yellow into the side pocket. Well, there's definitely a second prize there, Adam. Gosh, he played a lot of stun on that cue ball. He looked like he was playing it down around about 5 o'clock and quite a long way out. I suppose with how thin he had to hit it and the work he got off it. Whoa. Good effort. So the cut's here and it leaves it safe if you don't get it. But he's got it. Now it's a little bit tricky. I think the cut's still on the side. And if you get that at the pace without hitting it too hard, you're in the middle of those three down the end. Right, going that way. Okay, this needs to be a stop shot. Oh. Another concession. I suppose it saves time. But I haven't seen any all day at all from anyone, and now I've seen 4 in the last 5, 6, 7 frames. Ooh, frame to Simon. I mean, there is the view that, of course, you know, given the concession is respect to the opponent's abilities. But, you know, you are in a serious competition. Pardon me for using the word, I mean, you don't get all pissy about it, but, you know, you should be taking it quite seriously. Yeah, well predicted there, John. Alex could go 3-1 up. I'm guessing there's a wee delay between comments appearing and what's happening on screen.
Either he's watching and it's like delay. Like, that sometimes happens that you get with them.
Yeah, sometimes there's a bit of delay. Yeah. So anyway, very prescient of you, John. That's your word for the day, prescient. Alex is looking quite serious here. The black's on past that yellow, but it's only half a pocket, so it's a little angle of safety there. Might have to take it now, Alex. Oh, another frame for Simon. Sort of clockworkish over there between the two of them. Both fairly aggressive players. I'm not sure I like this plant. So that's what you've left yourself with. So the cue is going to travel past the line between the two side pockets. And the ball that you are playing first to go into the other one for the plant is going to stay on the other side. Oh my god, that's a good shot. Very clever. Very clever. Please don't push that yellow onto the black. Oh good, you missed that. Excellent. Alex Stones, you are playing out of your skin, my friend. Have a mildly smug feeling because I beat Alex in Interclub the last time I played him. But I must admit that I was playing shots I would not be able to repeat. They just seemed to be coming off. So the non-technical term for that is fluking your ass off. But they weren't obviously flukes, it was just that the very low percentage shots were coming off. I'm still taking it, but he's a very good player and he's proving that today. Okay, Adams looks like he's going for the split off this one on the bottom left. That was mildly fortunate. But 3-1 down, you take them, don't you? Adam clawing his way back into the game, 3-2. Oh, that's not bad, Mitch Goulet. That's not bad at all. So where are we going with this one, Simon? Looks like he's going one rail back into the... Yeah, it's not going to be going two rails. He's got very little room to move. I'm wondering if he would be better off going off the side rail with a bit of side for just surety. Is it frozen? That came off the cushion very square. He must have been playing or I really want to play with that overhead button now. I like that view for things, but like I say, it takes up full screen when you've got two games on. Are we a fan of having two games on at once? It's interesting trying to commentate two games because you focus on one and miss what's going on in the other. And there could be absolutely brilliant shots on the other one that you just don't see because you're focusing on the other half. So I'm actually relatively close to the screen, just so you can see bits. So thoughts from anyone that's got their keyboards on the double screen scenario? At least there's always something happening on screen. I mean, we'd be twiddling our thumbs if we only had the left-hand screen at this stage. We'll flick over to the alternate. But I must admit it is pretty good seeing Adam and Simon both on at once playing. Different players as opposed to each other, which tends to be towards the end of most tournaments. That's 2 in-offs for Adam in this match, I believe. And if I recall rightly, that's the same pocket he went in off the first time. Looks like Mitch is playing this to take his medicine with that ball that is beside the yellow on the cushion. Can get it into that side pocket. He's looking at it now. So you could probably just screw this back just a couple of inches. Or off the cushion a little bit. At that sort of line and angle. And that should leave him just nicely, naturally onto the black. And there we go, 3-2 on both tables. Yeah, John Simon is looking quite untroubled, but you know, he's still 3-2. Mitch isn't having to play brilliantly to keep up. Does that look off square, that setup on that table to everyone? Looks like his yellow's twisted a bit. Interesting to see where they go based on that then. Dry break. Oh, I think you really want yellows there. Look where that black is and the red. More chance of pinging that yellow out this by the centre diamond and that bottom right rail than you do that red by the black. Yeah, thanks Claire, 2 games. Yeah. Are you watching Tim? Or are we looking at a different Claire? Tim's playing real good. It's a lot more, how can I put it, clinical than the last time I saw him play, which was a year or so ago. Oh, good pot, Alex. Not as good as this one's going to have to be, though. I think that's on, though. As long as you don't overhit it. Yeah, good pace. Yeah. Maybe not quite good pace, but under. So he's looking to see if that red's on past the yellow on the right. I think it is. And the cue ball's going to sort of come around naturally, I think, around all of those balls. The yellows to leave him on the black if he gets it. Trouble is, it's on for all money if he doesn't get it. Is he taking this off the yellow? Oh, he might have been. Can't have been on then. Which way he was going? Because he hit it centre ball, so might have been better going off the yellow to the right if he's going to try that. But you didn't need to hit it that hard. Okay, he's going to use the ball on the top left as the link ball to the black. Okay. The thing with 2 screens is you'll get people killing the chat to make it bigger. Yeah, hi Claire, how are you? Not sure I understand what you mean. Get people killing the chat to make it bigger.
So people be hiding the chat, I think is what John's trying to say there.
Okay.
So that they can see.
Oh, yeah, okay, so expand the screens out and get rid of the chat, yeah. Well, if you've got John Remick on there with the chat, then it's probably not a bad thing doing that, is it? You didn't leave that very easy for yourself, Alex, but it's doable. This for the match, and a bit of a boil over, I would suspect, people would think. And you've got it. Well done, Alex Stone. Probably call that a little bit of an upset. I don't think it'll ruin Adam's chances for the day tomorrow. I think that's still on. You play it with that sort of check side shot that you play off the cushion into that one, and that's on that red ball. And trouble is from there is that the cue ball's going to track towards the other corner pocket. So it's off the cushion, so you could probably get the angle if you're going to put the back. So what's he looking back? Off the top, off the black into? Yeah, be careful with that, because if you do that, that black's going to go into that yellow. Okay, so that was a fairly ambitious shot. That's the shot of someone that's fairly confident, to be fair. Are we in for another boil over here? So the other table, we've got Tony McMullen, Carl Van Beek coming up to on the other TV table. As John the Voice would say, that is quite a tasty match in itself. Two yellows. Not bad result. Doesn't leave that one in the corner on easily. It's not awkward cueing, it's just a long shot. Oh, I could hear the crowd laughing at that one. That could have been an interesting outcome, really. Yep. Thanks, Claire. Close the chat just to get the screens bigger. Yeah. We'll have the two screens again tomorrow, so there'll be a wee bit of discussion about it, I'm sure, coming up. So that, if Mitch had got that, you'd have to have put him in the box seat for this frame in this match. But now that he's got that miss in there, and Simon in his adventurous mood, it might be, it might be a bit more even, 50-50. Oh, especially if you're going to pull stuff like that out of your hat. Lovely shot, lovely shot. So that red's back on inside that yellow in that top corner now. Yeah, I think Mitch or Rue missing that yellow. Okay, Tony McMullion's a break. Break dry. Might overhit that a little bit. I think he wanted to be more on the line, the middle of the table, up and down the middle of the table, to be fair. He's left that one quite difficult now. It's got the one up the other end going the other way. Try and use that to get back into position maybe. Yeah, that's not too bad. At least you've got an angle now for those others, the other two reds, because you'll be taking the one on the left.
So this is Tony and Carl's last match.
Oh, yep. So this is Tony and Carl's last match. So we're getting close to the last rounds. That's it. The list of the games still to go.
Yep.
What do we got about? How many?
23, so a
There's-
round and a half on the table.
It's 23 matches to go, so
We may get another couple yet.
yeah, we'll get another couple of games here. Close the chat, bigger TV. Simon looking quite troubled. He might be now. I think he might be in a little bit of trouble now. Yeah, I think he's sort of watching the broken paddle drift back down the creek without him.
Table 10 and 15 Lewis Green, Lewis and table 10.
Well done, Mitch Gourlay. You had to fight for pretty much all of those frames. It wasn't... none of them were really gimmies. Oh, there's a few interesting results. Josh Bowen 4-2 down to Mason Sider. Is Tony going to try a 3-cushion escape here? Yes, he is. And a very, very good one as well. So that's left Carl some interesting work to do here. So he's got to take this plant on. Don't know if he was trying for the plant or the kiss shot off the cushion onto the ball with that one. But either way, Tony is frame up. So Dave Bissett 3-2 up over Wayne Cameron. Brendan Ing 3-1 up over Delvin Chin. I think Delvin's from Dunedin as well, isn't he? Carlo Reyes 3-2 up over Nathan Tamahana. Mark Curry 1 up over Peter Walls. Josh Winitas 2 up over Brian Hibbs. Dan Cameron 1 up over Logan McKenzie. All the rest are all very fresh new games. 2-0 up for Matt Fisher over Greg East. Greg Pearl 1-0 up over Corey Cook.
The voice and Des.
Oh, next game up on the TV table, Des Wilcox, John Sildercock. We are being treated to some very, very good matches. I think someone needs to invest in a cue holder down in that corner where Carl's sitting. It's not a bad shot there. Hang on, did I just see Kelter Aubrey Stewart 4-2 up over Jason Keats? Pop up on my screen. Gosh.
Yeah, Kelter 4-2.
Well, I would call that one a little boil over as well. Well done, Kelter. I'll go back to my comment regarding juniors and ability. That's quite a tidy wee finish there, Tony. That was very matter of fact, all of that. There was nothing flashy about any of it. It was all about putting the cue ball in the right place. It looks so easy from here, doesn't it? Last I heard, Carl was living and working in Hanmer, and he travelled into Christchurch to play Superleague on a Monday and into club on a Tuesday. I don't know if he played every Tuesday into club for Clubs New Zealand, But last I heard he was still out at Hanmer. You have to admire the dedication of someone that does that. Carl getting into his work here. That's awkward bridging. Obviously doable. So you just screw back a little bit to get that one on the bottom left. Or you screw back a lot to get into those other two. No, you just play a little bit of a stunny runny thing to play a fine cut. Hello Jason, how are you? How's life in Melbourne, mate? Don't know if that was the best result for Carl, putting that black there. For Tony, sorry. But beg your pardon, Carl. Good pot. Oh, he may see enough of this. There's a great shot if he can see enough of this. And he can. Wow, we've got to bottle that man's blood. That was a bloody good shot. Alright, what's Des up to over on this other table? Nice pot. There's nothing absolutely tricky there for Des apart from that red above those two. Yeah, so he's going to try that going that way, is he? Doing that now, is he? No, I think he'll try doing that off the one that's beside the cue ball after he gets this pot. That's the one that makes... Oh, no, he's... Wow. Yeah, okay. That exhibited some thought patterns that were far beyond my meagre abilities. Either that or he just completely missed it, I don't know. Argument for both causes, I would imagine. John could wrestle control of this table all the way through now. Yep, very good shot there, Mr. Saundercock. Clears out both those pockets. Both those balls for that pocket now. 2 balls, 1 pocket. Not 2 pockets, 1 ball. That'll work. Wee bit of check side to kill it off the cushion. Going the other way. Okay, yep, that'll work. That's a different philosophy or way of looking at how to play those shots, because I would have played that with a wee bit of check side, and I see John played that with a bit of running side, but on the running side, but stunned it a little bit. And to be fair, that would have been that's a better result than it would have been with a bit of check side. I imagine it's what your go-to is and how you play, because the check side, running side, actually throws the object ball off the cue ball a little bit. So it changes its direction just a little bit, and it's really noticeable when you've got a lot of felt or a horrible little cue ball like this one. Red one off the break. Yeah, yellows and 6 1/2 dozen for which way he would have gone there, I would have thought. Taken the yellows. Either way, you're straight into your work and they're all there. Jordan Collis 1-0 up over Jacob Glab. I think from the results, Jordan has possibly got a chance to qualify.
He does have a chance. He'd have to win and Jacob lose.
Okay, so the producer is telling me that Jordan has got a chance of winning if Jacob Glab loses, and considering that Jordan is playing Jacob now, this is what it's going to come down to.
So one of them's going to go through, aren't they?
Yeah.
of that's going to take third place.
Both of them got reasonable point differential.
Yeah, they're very similar, so
Yeah, so it will depend entirely on who beats who in this frame then, this match.
and the winner could still end up second in the potentially.
Yes, because the other match is the McMullion Van Beek game. Is Tony's leading the section. Carl's second, Jacob third, Jordan fourth. So Jordan wins, Jacob's third. And
No.
yeah, there's still a possibility if Jordan wins well, he's leapfrogs into second. I go back to my comments regarding juniors. Far be it from me to rub it in anyone's face that I'm right again. Hey, John Renwick. And Stefan. John taking his medicine with that one. I think he could have put that through a bit further than that. Make this next shot a bit easier. Mind you, all he's got to do is run it through so he's got the cue ball putting the two reds naturally back into the side pocket, and he would have had a snooker if he missed, but he's underhit that a little bit. And again, it comes down to not quite getting the medicine sorted for the long shot he had before. He needed to come back up the table a bit more. Oh, that was looking like a very, very good pot for a second. Certainly piles the pressure on John for this lot. He has the opportunity to put a snooker in, of course. Yeah, that's not bad. Not bad shot there, Mr. Saundercock. Do you screw back, which reduces your margin for error in the shot, or do you just trickle it through? You trickle it through. So the cut's still on, but you don't have as much control of the cue ball where it goes after you play your shot. It should be okay. It's not a huge cut. It's fairly fine, so I don't think it's going to track off that side cushion back into the bottom right corner. Then again, it could. sort of begs the question, would have been a better shot to take that side cushion shot, side pocket shot before the corner ball. One each. Jordan Collis, Jacob Glab, one each over there, so neither of them's taking that line down. Nathan Geddes, 3-0 up over Mason Sider. Josh Renitas, 3-1 up over Brian Hibbs. Shane Brecken, 3-0 up over Tony Gumley. 3-all between Dave Bissett and Wayne Cameron. 2-1 up Dan Coleman over Logan McKenzie. Mark Curry, 2-1 up over Peter Walls. Brendan Ing, 4-2 up over Delvin Chin. Greg Paul, 2-1 up over Corey Cook. Tony McMullion, 3-2 up over Carl Van Beek. Well, after what we saw from Mason earlier in the day, Nathan's dealt to him, hasn't he? Without seeing the match, it could have been A, just one of those matches, B, Mason's tired, because he's played a lot of pool today, because don't forget he played the juniors this morning before he played this afternoon. That's a big break, Carl Van Beek. And the other thing with Mason, he's a fairly tall, solid young man who is probably still growing. Oh dear, stop showing off. So I imagine he's got needs a lot of fuel to fill his tank, so that was a bit of an oops. A little bit under hit that, I feel. Another 6 inches further out from that and he would have been in a better place. Now he's going to be thinking about, is this going in off while he's playing this shot? See how he's digging into it to try and avoid that. And I think that sort of thought got into the back of his mind, and that's the result. As far as the two-table argument goes, I'm sitting here watching both games going, wow, these are quite good. It's hard to get any flow on where we're going with either of them. Just get disjointed looking at one and then not the other. Ideally, you'd have two commentators, one talking about one table and one at the other, but then you'd need two feeds. And I wouldn't class that as practical.
You'd need to be in separate rooms and probably because you be talking, hearing each other in the mic.
Yeah. Yep, two feeds, two separate rooms. Definitely two microphones, unless you get amusement from watching two people fight over one microphone. You'd get amusement in the short term, but long term it'll get boring, I would feel. So Des doesn't have to do much with this cue ball, he's just got to hit this hard enough to get the... Oh, he's okay, he's getting it better. To be honest, I think he could have ended up just about in the same place if he just played it naturally. From the angles that I can see from here. Tony played quite a solid game there. Some very good pots, a little bit out of position occasionally, but he got back in. Quality player. Okay, next game up on the other table will be Kerry Michaelides and Jason Keats. Good start, Des. Nothing really tricky or nasty there. Nine games left to go out.
12.
Oh, 12 games left to go out. Yeah.
9 down there and 3 up here.
So I'm thinking you should be able to get under that red to get at that yellow on the top cush. No, he's not going that way. He's going to come back out of the other one. Oh, that's well judged. That is well judged. That would have been so easy to sneak yourself that way. Excellent control there. Jealous much? Des is going to have fun getting on this black. He's thinking he's going to do it beside that red in the middle. I reckon that it wasn't there for him. Easy. Bit of work for John to do. But there are outs. He's got to work out when he wants to take them. Just a reminder about tomorrow for anyone that's played this morning and is watching is 9 o'clock start for the post section in the morning. And if you want to play in the plate, because your day was a bit like mine, is you come in and register by 9:30, you pay your $20 and you start a plate about 10ish. Bit further back with that screw there, John, would have been fairly useful, but that's doable. Gosh, Kerry, that was an interesting shot, shall we say. Jacob Glab 2 up over Jordan Collis. In that battle for qualifying in that section F, I think, or G, from memory. D. Section D. Great pot, John Saundercock, great pot. Not to mention position and safety if you didn't get the pot. Excellent potting. Neither of those shots were gimmies. The delicate wee touch of a carpenter there, or a builder in your case, Jason. Simon's John straight back into the box seat, one off the break.
It's all on. Cue score, John. 6 in the last 32 and 7 after that.
Q Score has it all on there, John. It's for races tomorrow. The race to 6 for the last 32, 60, yep, and then race to 7 from the quarters, and race to 8 for the final. From what Simon was saying, if my memory is correct, is the plate will be race to 4. I may be wrong. Or 5.
Plates race to 3 and it's double to single elimination.
Okay, the plate is double to single elimination and race to 3. Yeah. So what do we got? Bryce Cowley, Simon Green 2-all, Michael Marwood 3-win up over Paul Epps. Adam Lilly 1-all with Devon Bramley. Lewis Green 1 up. Lewis Green 1 up over Andy Hickey. Jacob Glab 3-1 up over Jordan Collis. Dean Crabb 1 up over John Pitcorn. Peter Robinson 1 up over Wayne Aitken. Tim Shanahan 1 up over Kauta Aubrey Stewart. Dan Coleman 4-1 up over Logan McKenzie. That match just finished. Corey Cook 3-2 up over Greg Paul. Okay. That's a good snooker. I wasn't watching to see if it was intentional. I was looking at the scores for updating. That looked legit to me. Nice, Des. Good finish there, my friend. Good finish. Jason's going to have some fun if he gets onto that black, and it looks like he will shortly. Not really sure where he's going to put that at this stage. Might be on for a triple, or a double into the corner, or a triple back into the left-hand side, but either way... Unless, of course, he just does a lost a turn shot, puts it into the corner, knocks that red in. No, guess he's not. I suppose that removes the issue of the black for him. Des 2 reds off the break. Yep, your opinions noted. Southern Kiwi, watching 2 games disconcerting, choose the best game. Yep, we'll just have a yarn about this and see how we go overall. See what people think. And in the end,
the organisers have told us.
and in the end, it's the
Superleague.
Tournament organisers' desires. Surprisingly, there are people that do as they're told in the world. First frame to Kerry, that was a bit disjointed, that frame, to be fair. So Jordan Collis's dream to qualify has disappeared as Jacob Glar beats him 4-1. Good young queuist is Jordan. A bit of potential there, I feel, in the long run. So now we've got 9 games left to go out.
8, because that one's just gone out.
So it's now 8 games to go out. I suspect that we won't see any more on the TV. Oh, we might get one more on the right-hand table. So this one will be over and they'll throw something up.
There's a few juicy matches still.
Yeah, there's a couple of good matches coming up there. Brendan Ing, Paul Epps, be a good one.
The organisers will have an idea of who and what.
Matt Fisher and Pat Cowan have gone out somewhere else, haven't they? Yes, they have, table 14. That would have been a good one. Ruben Keats, Joshua Neatis. Had to be a fairly even match.
And the Summers, Simon and Logan.
Okay, Jan Pickle 1 all with Dean Crabb. Wayne Aiken 1 down to Peter Robinson. Alex Stone's 2-1 up against Nathan Tamahana. Tim Shanahan 2-0 up against Kelter Aubrey Stewart. Michael Marwood 3-1 over Paul Epps. Simon Green 2-all with Bryce Cowley. I think I might have said that. Andy Hickey, Lewis Green 1 each. Devon Bramley, Adam Lilly 2-1 to Devon. Phil Bailey 1 up over Josh Bowen. Corey Cook 3-2 up over Greg Paul. No pressure on Jason here at all. Apart from the black sitting over the pocket and that ball on the cushion. Two-0 to Kerry Michaelides. It's not a bad pot from Des. Does he take that double on now? Or does he clean these other two out? Because he can still get the same position off these two. I think he's left that too straight to get into that. Yeah, so he's just seeing where he can deal with the double on that. If he left that a bit short, he may have been able to go into it, clear it out, but he's left it sort of straight, so now he's got to take the double on. As if it was nothing. There we go, 4-2 to Des Wilcox. And I don't think John played badly at all, to be fair. That's a perfect example of Part B being no good without Part A. Yeah, I'm not sure that was the best thought with the safety in that one. Jason, I'm not sure that was the best option there. Okay, the other tables, Brendan Ing and Paul Epps. I imagine from the table, though, both of them will be fairly high up from in this section. Ah, no, I sit corrected.
That's very...
That doesn't look right. Paul Epps has played more than 2 matches. Have the producer confirming our suspicions.
Still down at 4. He's played 4.
Ah, yep. So played 4-1-2 is Paul Epps. Brendan undefeated with lost 4 frames so far. It's almost in the realms of showing off. Okay, shall I fill the void with some singing, or shall I get the producer to sing? Oh, thank God they're coming back.
We'll focus on this match till the other one starts.
2 reds off the break. And an easy couple of easy starters for Mr. Michaelides. Don't know if I would have pushed that black safer with all those reds there. I think I might have taken that one on the top left first, just to leave that black where it was, nice and handy, because all those reds there, you're going to do some serious damage if you don't miss shots like that. That's twice Kerry's missed shots into that pocket, same pocket, pretty much the same shot. Possibly could have worked that one that's by the right hand side pocket earlier. It's actually on from that end of the table with a wee tickle. I think this might be where he's going to have a look at it now. Maybe. Yeah. Then come back and address that right hand ball of the two that are earlier, maybe get better position. Okay, Paul Epps to break, and one yellow and one red by the looks. Wow. That showed disdain for the black. Now he's going to have a bit of fun getting position on that read it down the other end, not to mention back for the black. It's got a wee bit of work to do in this frame now, does Mr. Michaelides, because a minute ago he was in the box seat, and he's definitely in the stalls now. So Paul's left himself an interesting couple of shots as well. Don't think he's got away with that one.
Still four to go out.
Won't be up. Still 4 more games to go out, but I don't think we'll see any more on either of these tables. These will be the last matches, I'm imagining. Well, that's put the cat among the pigeons, hasn't it? Brendan's going to have to do a bit of thinking there. That yellow that's just south of that side pocket's going to put that red away. But he has to get the pot or make Paul get it out of the way. That may be on there, maybe. Looks like there's just room for that little cue ball to sneak in there. Yeah. I don't imagine this going straight in. No, of course not. So just come back off the cushion a little bit off this yellow into the side. And you've got your choice of left hand into the left corner or right hand in the D into the top right. Oh, you thinking about going the other way, taking the one in the D first to get Aussie. Yeah, it's not a silly idea either, is it? So from the looks of this, it looks like he's going to be coming back off that red, off the yellow by the red, for position on the black. He's certainly good enough to do it. A little bit too far. As if it matters. That was a good finish in the end. So Kerry's got 4 balls in that end of the table, none of which are any sort of problem, and the black's fairly open. Don't overhit this. Gosh, he had a wee bit of wiki on that, didn't he, for that cue ball to come off in that direction. That was good cueing to make that do that. Bit unfortunate about the corrupt directionality of the object ball. And if anyone's wondering, yes, I am making words up as I go along. If you say them with enough confidence, people will never know. Ruben's under a lot of pressure in this frame. He doesn't look like he's got the mindset to do any snookers or anything. So it's pretty much just pure aggression, to be fair. There's a lot of forward momentum on that cue ball from that shot from Paul Epps. It's not bad for this little cue ball. Did put a bit of larrup into it though, you've got to give him that. Well, Kerry's got a plant to start, but he's got to get back for the other two. Yeah, that's the danger with plants. You're never really sure where that other ball, the first one you hit's going to go. That's a good pot from Kerry, if he can see past that higher one of those two yellows. To probably run through. Oh, he's playing the plant again. Got away with it that time. Gosh, that needed a lot more pocket than it should have. So the cut on the black for the match. Yep, all over Rover.
I reckon we've got one more coming.
We might have
The
one
lucky
more.
last game to go.
Yeah. We might be lucky enough to get Simon Sigurd and Logan McKenzie for the last match on. Just like that, 2-0 to Brendan Ing. So they haven't called the last match out yet.
I can hear Simon down there.
Dry break. Couple of easy starters for Brendan. Basically got an a la carte menu in front of him.
And table 16,
Yep.
table, Logan and Simon, table 16.
So we do have Simon Singleton and Logan McKenzie coming up onto the other table. Reds, eh? It's pretty much 6 of one, half dozen the other. I think he was trying to pop that one out by the right hand pocket. Because that one's the only one that's really awkward. Not anymore if you run it down into the corner. putting his hand up for that. Bit hard to know what he was intending to do if it wasn't that. He's going to have... No, he didn't spend a lot of time queuing that up before he jumped into it. Well, he obviously didn't want that pot anyway. So Paul will be putting the odd snooker up him right now, I got a feeling. Most of these balls aren't difficult. Just wondering if he should be having a look at that one on the cushion on the right before he has a look at that. I can see it past the red, I would have thought. That might have just put that ball on. Yes, it did. Maybe we have to have a good look at Brendan Ing as a contender for this match, this tournament. Okay, Paddy Cowan 3-1 up over Matt Fisher. Dan Coleman 1 up over Mark Curry. Andy Hickey 4-2 up over Lewis Green. Michael Marwood 1 up over Corey Cook. Phil Bailey 3-1 down to Josh Bowen. Dave Bissett, Jay Sun 1 each. Brian Hibbs 2-1 over Greg East. Tony Ralsall 3-1 up over Wayne Cameron. Tim Shanaher 4-1 over Kilda Aubrey Stewart. Jan Pitcorn and Dean Crabb 2 each. Ruben Keats 1 up over Josh Renidis. Carlo Reyes 2-1 up over Logan Davidson. Another junior with a long day. It's had a long day. That's very, very tight play from Brendan Ing. Just removing obstacles in front of him. It's a great positional shot. Followed by that positional shot. So Simon's just rolling them out over here as well. Well, they might got away with that, Paul Epps. That wasn't so much a bang as a whimper at the end of that frame there, Logan.
Mr. Lilly's qualified only third message.
Adam Lilly lost twice but still qualified third. Devon Bramley won 5 out of 5. Alex Stones 4 out of 5. Adam Lilly 3. Tony McMullion 5 out of 5. Carl Bambeek 3. Jacob Glab 3 qualifies. Those 3 out of section D or Group D. Shane Brecken, Tony Gumley and Simon Green get through. Simon Green over Graham Carr, both of them won 3 matches but gets through on differential. Just. Yeah, tight. Dan Bowen 5 out of 5. Mustafa Gull, John Gower 2 out of 5 he won, gets through on differential over Greg Hammond.
So no one won all the matches in Group A.
Right, Adam Shaw, Les Mitchell, Leo Tafu get through in Group A. Mark Collis got 3, Leo Tafu got 3 out of 6. Leo gets through on differential.
And the others still going.
We've still got matches going in the other one. Nathan Geddes, Josh Bowen and Phil Bailey get through in Group H. Phil Bailey over Mason Sider by differential. And we've got matches in play for the rest of them. So the post-section draw will be out about 10 minutes after all the matches are played. Oh, I did not think that would slide past there. And get that close. This angle's a little bit disconcerting. Bit of running for cover there, but I think that yellow on the bottom left is still on. Brendan's eyeing that up. No, he's not. I think Simon snookered Logan directly, but he may still be on off the cushion, off the side cushion onto that. Don't hit it too hard like that, but that'll work. Yep, one each, Simon Singleton, Logan McKenzie. So with Adam Lilly qualifying third in his section, he did that at the Nationals in Invercargill for the Clubs New Zealand and qualified like 60-somethingth or 100 and something out of the 250. Right. That meant that some muggins who actually played quite well and qualified up round about 29th, 25th, 30th odd comes up against Adam Lilly in second round post section, which sort of seems a little bit of a challenge. And to be fair, Simon didn't play that flash either, because the 32 game that Adam had, his next game was Simon in the 64. So it really makes a mess of the tournament when your top contenders are barely qualifying. Well, not so much barely qualifying as getting that low into the draw, so to speak. I mean, it is just the way it works out, and it's the luck of the draw. There's no complaining about it, it's just an observation. Because Adam may well be having a bit of a, how can I put it, slump in form overall, but his slumps are a lot better than most people's good games, to be fair. So it's not anything you'd be wanting to sell the family silver on or anything. Over, not on. So that was an interesting miss from Simon. So not only did it miss, the position was terrible. How often do you see that happen? Simon are looking... that double on, is it? Ah, yes. Unlucky. Thought he was looking at that. That's a pretty good shot. Unfortunate where that yellow went. One chance, Paul Epps, one chance. One chance that you took. Well done, 3-2. Brendan was looking fairly dominating in that frame up till that miss on that black. Oh, Simon Singleton. I mean, that's about the only place that ball could have gone. got to say that he was probably going for that, but how much do you call shots that are like 1 in 100 a fluke or not? If you're going for it, is it technically a fluke? Huh? Either way, classy. Saw it, had a go at it, executed it. Well done. One red off the break for Logan. Taking the yellows. It's a need to be a bit more positive with that, to be fair, just to keep that bit away from that other one. Be interesting to know if that yellow goes past that red when they're locked together, that it look like they're locked together. We'll see from here. I think he played that as if they weren't, so that might be on. Not bad, Logan McKenzie. Slightly heavy touch, I feel, but if acceptable, adequate. All of a sudden it's 2-2. Interesting frame. Got to see Paul in the box seat in this frame. 2 reds and a yellow for Simon, and yellow's on. Oh, nicely done, Mr. Epps. If you've got some angle, even if you don't, that yellow will run down into the corner. Nicely done, and we have Hill Hill. 2-2 in Hill Hill. So we've got Jan Pitcorn and Dean Crabb 3-3, Ruben Keats 3-1 over Josh Renitas. Logan Davis and Claude frame back over Carlo Reyes 3-2 to Carlo. Mitch Gourlay 2-1 over Peter Walls. Greg East, Brian Hibbs 2 each. Jay Sun, Dave Bissett 2 each. Corey Cook 2-1 up over Michael Marwood. Mark Curry, Dan Coleman 3-2 to Dan. And Patrick Cowan's beaten Matt Fisher 4-1. and we've got games dropping out as the last out. So everyone's out, and there is 4, 8, 11 matches outstanding, including these two. So the last one out looks like to be Delvin Chin and Greg Paul, who don't have any score up. But it wouldn't shock me.
That started at 10 past, so I would say that...
Yeah, I suspect, knowing Delvin and knowing Greg, that neither of them have got the app on their phone. So they're on table 7 out in the other room. Interesting shot choice there, with this another red on up the other end there, Mr. McKenzie. Brendan, unsure what that was. So where are you going to go, Brendan? Going to go long or go into the side? Looks like he's going into the side. Nicely done. Now that's not a bad shot, is it? Because that gets you right amongst all the rubbish at the other end of the table. Well done there, Mr. Epps. Where are we going, Simon? You taking the plant on? No. Oh, yeah. Now this is an interesting choice for Mr. Epps. Yeah, is that the better link ball onto the black? Ooh, not right now. Oh, did you see that curl away from the pocket? You might be alright there, Simon. You're not straight. You might just have the angle. Yeah, great shot. So I'd have got him behind this, Brendan. You've been let off the hook there.
He's going to have a big day tomorrow. He's qualified.
Another juniors qualified, Kelter Aubrey Stewart. So Tim Shanaher, Kerry Michaelides, Kelter Aubrey Stewart qualify in Group G. In off the break, in behind the balk line. Okay, Brendan's taking his medicine with a long shot there. Just a stop shot, and he'll have a shot on the... No, he won't. So Paul Epps doesn't have to do anything but pot that red that's by the D to get a shot at the other one, because that's on pretty much everywhere. Yep. Perfect example of it ain't over till it's over, because to all money Brendan was heaps on top of Paul in the start of this match, and Paul's just kept grinding away, and I can't really see or think of any major errors that Brendan made at all. So Ruben Keats 4-2 over Josh Renitas. Jan Pitcorn 4-3 over Dean Crabb. Dan Coleman 3-2 up over Mark Curry. Corey Cook 3-1 up over Michael Marwood. Dave Bassett 3-2 up over Jay Sun. Brian Hibbs 3-2 up over Greg East. Still no score, Delvin Chin, Greg Paul. Mitch Gourlay 2-all with Peter Walls. Carlo Reyes 4-2 up over Logan Davidson. So we'll throw up this onto the big screen. Well, big screen is it's the only one on, that's what I mean. Not like we're projecting it anywhere, apart from out into the ether. That was interesting. So that red must be on past the black. You wouldn't have played that way if it wasn't. And I think that this shot might be the last one we're going to see tonight, because all the others are not on the TV tables. And that was not a masterful or masterly exhibition from Mr. Singleton, but he absolutely certainly did enough to do what he needed to. Still better than the average, we have to say. And that's it, folks. That's all from me. You can go to sleep now.